Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to our final regular school board meeting of the 2018-2019 fiscal year. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call for today's regular meeting, Student Director Chavez, Student Director Amasoho, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Harris, Director Yee.
Here.
Director Gonzalez.
Here.
Director Torres. Vice President London. President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session. We will be discussing the items listed in the agenda. We will reconvene for public session at 5:30. Thank you. The board is now in recess. We're ready to reconvene to open session. Folks can make their way to their seats, or if they're going to continue talking, if you could take it outside. We apologize for the delay. This is our last regular board meeting of the year. There was a lot of items we had to get through in closed session. So we are reconvening, so we're going to need to have it quiet. Thank you very much. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a second roll call, please?
Yes. On the second attendance roll call, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge.
Present.
Director Harris. Director Yee.
Here.
Director Gonzalez.
Here.
Director Torres. Vice President London.
Here.
And President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. There was no reportable actions taken in closed session today. I will now review the oath of office and meeting norms for the Board of Education found on page 7. The oath of office is listed there. Meeting norms for the Board of Education, honoring the time, which I know we did not hold ourselves to, as we are running behind right now. Acting as a collective body, checking for understanding and surfacing assumptions, sharing divergent views, valuing as a learning opportunity, celebrating successes in each other's contributions, presuming positive intent, and no personal attacks. So we do not have special order of the day, and we are going to take some items a little bit out of order. I'm on the modifications to agenda item. One modification, just to start off, is that P-153, the Glenview SPSA, is withdrawn. So that will come back to the board at a later time. Due to the fact that it's already 6:15, I'm going to recommend that we actually adjourn this meeting and take up the special meeting, recess this meeting, the regular meeting temporarily to take up the special meeting, which has a resolution that needs to be considered by the board prior to the adoption of the LCAP and budget. Then when we come back and adjourn the special meeting and come back to the regular meeting, we will then take up the vote for the LCAP and the vote for the adopted budget for 1920. I know that those are very important items. In the past, they've been held very late in the evening or early in the morning. We want to make sure that we're addressing that first in the agenda today. So what that means is that the student board reports, president report, and superintendent report will come at the end of the agenda. We will still have the comments by collective bargaining because I know that there are folks here for that. And we'll resume the regular agenda after we take up the items of the LCAP and the adopted budget. We are also going to have this is kind of one. Thank you. Appreciate your presence. Thank you. As I was saying, we will be taking up a special meeting just shortly, and then we'll come back. There's also a labor report that we'll be getting to in short order after the LCAP and the budget. But thank you very much for being here. We definitely heard you. At this time, we are going to. Okay. Oh, while we're on the item of J, just want to see if there's any other modifications to the agenda. Yes, Director Harris.
I'd like to pull P213. It's on page 101. I couldn't see the first two numbers. I think it ends in 1457, but P213, page 101.
Thank you. P213, let me just. Okay. Thank you. P213 has been pulled. Any other agenda items to pull for tonight? We do also have two public hearings that we will also need to recess this meeting for to take up the public hearings. Do we need to recess? Do that? Or actually, they're part of a regular meeting. We'll just call them as public hearings. All right, if there's no other items to be pulled, we are going to move on now. So what we're going to do, as I said, is we're going to recess this meeting. We're going to take up the special meeting, which was noticed for 6:15, and we will then resume the rest of the agenda at the labor reports, starting with the labor reports. So we just need a moment. We have to take a brief technology pause, and we will be right back. Great. We are reconvening the regular meeting. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have another roll call?
Got it. On the reconvening of the regular meeting of the board, on the roll call to establish quorum, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge.
Present.
Director Harris. Director Yee. Director Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Director Torres.
Present.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. So we are on item S1. This is the 1920 Local Control Accountability Plan and Budget. Is there a motion to adopt the 1920 LCAP and budget?
So moved, Madam President. Second.
Moved by Director Hinton-Hodge and seconded by Director Gonzalez. So we had our first reading of this item several weeks back, and then we had a public hearing on this item on Monday. So we have had an opportunity to hear from staff and ask questions. But for additional questions, I believe we have our Chief Academic Officer here who will be able to answer some additional questions on the LCAP item. We know it is a large document. We heard from staff that they will be providing an executive summary later this summer, early in the fall, to be able to present the information in a shorter format. Questions on the LCAP and budget for 1920 from the board? Or do you want to take the public comment first? Okay. We're going to take public comment first. Thanks, Ms. Aguilera.
We have one speaker, Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. I think especially in light of having read the grand jury report that just came out on Monday, it was a little shocking to see today's agenda, where in the grand jury report, they speak on how this is not a good way to do business, lumping everything together. They talk about the lack of oversight, overspending. The other thing that's been happening for now 3 years in a row is there's been no community engagement around the budget. You just approved a measure to cut spending not on next year's budget, but 2 years out and 3 years out. And in the discussion, many of you admitted that you don't know what the numbers are going to be. We don't even know as a community who's developing this year's budget. You, Director Amy Ng, promised us for 2 years that we'd have a robust community engagement around the budget. We have yet to see that. There was not one community engagement meeting around the budget at all this year. Not one. And now there's an LCAP plan that's supposed to be based on our yearly budget. But the community members who dedicated their time to develop that plan, they don't have budget numbers. So how can they even develop a plan? And for the last 3 years, you've thrown out the LCAP plan that's been approved by making mid-year cuts, which on top of everything else is telling the community members who put in work to develop this plan that their work doesn't matter and that you'll just throw it out on a whim due to your mismanagement. Today's school board agenda is the longest agenda I've ever seen in my life. I signed up to speak on 17 items on one agenda. It's crazy. But I'm going to take my 15 to 30 minutes tonight. This is on you. This is the worst year we've had, and everything you're voting on tonight, not having read the reports, because I know you couldn't read the thousands of pages required. You should be ashamed of yourself for doing business this way. This is our money in our schools, and we are not going to let you get away with this anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. All right, is there any other public speakers on this item? Does not appear so. Okay, let's go to the board comments and questions on LCAP.
Thanks,
Director
President.
Gonzalez.
We had a we had a very extensive conversation on Monday. I got my questions answered. I am ready to move forward.
Director Torres.
I too feel that meeting with staff before the first review of this item, then getting staff to answer questions that made sense as to what the PSAC and others are presenting as far as being needed to get lifted up and clarified, especially as it pertains to students that are multiple things. An African American student who also happens to be homeless, or a special education student who's an English learner. And so as long as we can keep keep on track in that regard, we can change the outcomes for those students. And so I do feel that we have the information. We always need to grow, and we always need to keep going, but we also have deadlines, and we should adopt based on the fact that we're on the right track this year. In my opinion, this is the strongest we're on track. So thank you.
Other Director Hinhaj.
Yes, I'm in support of it, and thank you for the work, and thank you for, I think, again, the PSAC, which is the Parent Community Student Group, that supports the LCAP, and so just wanting to ensure that those messages are really loud and clear about how to be better in the engagement process. Even with the speaker talking, when we go through cuts, we realize that, we impact children. And so we went through the whole piece around the restorative justice coordinators. And what was really on my heart, though, was the foster students and those case managers, and realizing that we had just gotten that department up to some robust level to serve those students. And so I know we're doing some partnership things to cover them. So I just feel like that those are protected things. And Madam Student, I know that you're we can't necessarily do everything, but when it comes to LCAP, if it directs us around English language learners, or if it directs us to be, really clear about foster care students, I would like us to debate a little bit where there might be other places where we can do something different. It just was very disheartening for me to see that foster care case managers were being cut. And then the last piece is just, it's how the money is spent. And I think we had a lot of conversations on Monday about, return on investment, about tracking those dollars. We spend a lot of money in particular kinds of areas. And I just think the idea of naming, what's the idea of naming what we want to see grow and tracking that? I think I just want to learn better about the metrics and things like that we see more periodically, like what is happening. I think that's it. There's always then those students that are the lowest performing in our school district, and where there's attention there would be important, because I know that's some new work that's about to happen, and so to understand, like, are we moving the needle on it, or are we just receiving money? Thanks. Thanks for the work.
Thank you. Director Yee.
I'm also prepared to vote in favor of it. I thank you for the staff's detailed work. There's a multitude of benchmarks that you've identified moving, and I think it's incumbent upon the board to begin in August. This is the first of 3-year process to actually identify a smaller set of generalized metrics that will reflect whether the system as a whole is moving forward. And that does, even though all of us are interested in disaggregated groups, as Director Torres and Director Hinton-Hodge commented on, I think it's important for us to have something that talks about our district's academic and comprehensive health and wellness around moving all of our kids and all of our schools forward. So it's very difficult in these times of stress and distress, but I think the document points us in the right direction, and I just encourage us, my colleagues and myself, and Superintendent Johnson-Trammell, to identify some clear and stable and system-level metrics that we can use to actually track how we're doing in this year. So thank you for giving us the capacity to begin doing that.
Thank you, Director Yee. Other comments or questions? Just had a few quick comments. I just wanted to acknowledge the letter that the Latino Education Network sent following the public hearing, expressing some concern around targeted investments for Latino students and how they should up in the LCAP. I want to thank you, Chief Aguilera, Dr. Aguilera, for agreeing to meet with them I believe in a couple weeks. I'm hopeful that you can work with them to address some of the concerns around both the data that's being used from the dashboard and other concerns about where the targeted investments are showing up. I also wanted to second what Director Hinton-Hodge said about looking forward to the PSAC engagement for next year. We heard loud and clear from the PSAC earlier this year around wanting to be engaged earlier in the timeline. My understanding from Monday's meeting was that there's already a draft timeline that is coming forward, which I appreciate, which engages the PSAC around the LCAP priorities earlier. And especially in light of the resolution we just had to do, which may call for us to look at revenue, both revenue assumptions and also expenditure reductions that will cause us to look at that for 2020 to 2021. I really appreciate the earlier engagement so we have better data and information going into, as we're pretty much going to have to go directly into budget development for the 2020 to 21 year. And the LCAP is a document where our strategy meets our budget, and I do look forward to our next iteration where we can really hone in on that further. But in the meantime, I'm wondering, I was going to bring this up I probably will also bring this up in the budget section, is that, there was a lot of questions around return on investment and really understanding for our targeted strategies, are we really seeing the results that we want to see? And so I'm wondering if there are, and this came out of the Fiscal Vitality Committee also, I would recommend the teams both the academic and fiscal teams revisit the fiscal vitality, not the resolution, well, not only the resolution, but the recommendations that came out of the summary of those 10 meetings, because it talked a lot about ROI and around really looking at targeted investments and how are we looking at our strategies. But if we could begin doing some of that work even over the summer from the programmatic side around structuring what that could look like to help set up the conversations for budget development 2020 to 2021, right away in the fall after we have closing of the books, that would be helpful. I know that there was some ideas earlier about can we either leverage the LCAP to pull out for the regular budget, and maybe this would come in the budget book that I know that is being considered for future years, if there's a way that we could already begin to be looking at certain sections and looking at targeted investments, so that if we are in a position where we have to unfortunately do expenditure cuts, that we can have better data around the investments and the data that has been shown. Because I think that was a challenge for us this year, is that we were having to do, as we were doing the reductions, we weren't necessarily able to map the program strategy investments with the financial dollars, and that was really difficult to be able to understand where it was best and most strategic to cut. And so just wanted to mention that. And just the continued, I know that there was some conversations around whether, what school level data is rolling up to the full LCAP and not, and so I just want to, because much of our funds are being held at school sites, continue to encourage us to report and better understand our overall investments, both at the school level and overall the district, so we can better understand the successes and learn from the bright spot schools that are really making progress in some of these areas. Because when we get the district level data, sometimes it masks some of the progress, real successes that we are seeing at some school sites in certain areas. So it would be good as when we get data snapshots, to also see that reflected school level data being reflected up, so we can understand some bright spots where we are seeing some progress. But thank you so much to the LCAP team once again. We did have an extensive conversation about this on Monday. So I believe we already took public comment on this, so I believe we're ready for a roll call if there's no other comments or questions. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, on the motion to adopt the LCAP budget for the ensuing school year, student directors are absent. Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Harris?
No.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt item S2? This is approval of the federal addendum to the LCAP.
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Torres. Is there a brief explanation by staff about this? I think this is a part of the compliance, but it would be great to get an explanation of this item.
Good evening, Board Directors. Yes, this is a new item added to the LCAP requirements this year. So all California districts will need to respond to the federal addendum. It is combining the ESSA requirements, which is our federal requirements, and the local control funding formula requirements. So this is an explanation of how federal funds are used. We do list how we are using federal funds within the overall LCAP plan, but this is a separate document that is a requirement where we explain the rationale. It is somewhat connected to the LCAP document because they should talk to each other. This is what our community has been asking for. I think it's a great way to explain the overall program, because if you only explain the supplemental and concentration investments, you're missing all of what we are spending in Title I, which is for low-income students, Title II, which is professional learning, Title III, which is your limited English proficient funds, and for this one, we also included Title IV, which is, usually you think of that for our after-school programs, but there was a separate entitlement for student support and academic enrichment grants. So this is a full explanation and rationale as to how these funds are being implemented. It is a narrative. It's not so much line by line like you would see in the consolidated application, which comes after the approval of the federal addendum.
Thank you for that explanation. Any questions or comments by the board? Director Yee.
Thank you, and it's very helpful to be able to see it because we forget that there's Title I money. Just on one of the original pages, the summary of federal dollars is projected to be about 22 million or so.
Yes.
So the federal contribution to local education is something less than even 10% of our total budget allocation, something under 5%. And has that historically been the case, that it's been that low, or is it?
Yes, we have seen a declining investment in our federal funds, and sometimes it has been up to 10% each year.
Okay, thank you.
Let's take public comment on this item if there is any.
We have one speaker, Mike Hutchinson.
I've been coming to this board now for about 8 years. And every year, we have a budget deficit. And your solution is close more public schools. Closing schools doesn't save money. Stop opening charter schools will save money. All this money we're spending, and I went to coach back in 2016, and we can't even get clean water in West Oakland for our children. We can't get hot water for the guys to shower. And the racist comments that comes from district office, it's a shame. Oh, they don't shower anyway. We don't have hot water. How are we going to shower? Oh, we're not going to spend $90,000 to repipe McClymonds. When it becomes all white, you'll repipe it. It's not going to happen. You are in for a rude awakening if you keep dumping stuff on West Oakland. You won't give us a middle school because you don't want Mac to grow. It's embarrassing what you do to children in this city.
Mike Hutchinson, this item in particular, again, shows the dysfunction and mismanagement that's going on in the district. Not only are we tonight approving our LCAP plan, but we have to do an amendment to it because we don't know how to do business in a timely manner in this district anymore. And just so everyone knows, the reason why we're having all these votes on the budget today is because the statutory deadline for this board to approve a budget is June 30th. So now again, for the 4th year in a row, this board has waited till the last possible school board meeting to approve this budget, which means if there was a desire to change the numbers or amend anything or correct something, there is no ability to do that at this point. It also means, since we as a community only saw the first draft of this budget 10 days ago, that there is no ability from the community to weigh in and say what our priorities are. We need to remember what the LCAP stands for. Local Control Accountability Plan. This effort is missing all 4 of those words. There is no local control. There is no plan. And there sure isn't any accountability. Because if we saw some accountability in this district, one of the board members up there would stand up right now and say, you are sorry for your performance. You are sorry that you've made the community go through this because of your mismanagement. You're sorry that the whole district was embarrassed by the recent grand jury report. And you will either pledge to do better or even better, just resign and leave so we can have our school district back.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the motion to adopt the the LCAP federal addendum, Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Harris,
No.
Director Yee,
Yes?
Director Gonzalez. Oh, not present, okay. Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Vice President London,
Yes.
and President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're on item S3. Is there a motion to adopt the district's 2019-2020 fiscal year budget?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved by Director Yeat, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. So we did have a long discussion on this both last week and on Monday, but do you guys want to do, let's see if there's questions and comments from the board first, then we can take public comment if there's additional questions. Questions from the board. Just to clarify the amendment that Vice President London did bring, I know that there was some questions and concerns about what was some of the specific positions or targeted investments that were in the budget. The amendment that was brought is asking the staff to bring back a budget revision the first meeting of August to be able to reconcile some of the positions and targeted investments. We have our, what's Gina's name, last name? Our Gina Murphy-Garrett, who is our acting, what's her position? Senior Executive Director of Budget. Sorry, I didn't have the cheat sheet that shows what your position is, but thanks, Ms. Garrett, for being here to answer questions. Let's go to public comment first.
We have 5 speakers: Mike Hutchinson, Ben Tapscott, Peter Trung, Roxana Franco, Brianna Johnson.
Hi, my name is Peter Trong with Oakland Kids First. Our students have been here and advocated and continue to find funding to close fiscal gaps created by adults in mismanagement, as exemplified by the $1.8 million that we are advocating for from City Hall to finish the kitchen. And by voting to pass a budget without thorough review, our district actually risks repeating the mistakes of its past and perpetuating fiscal irresponsibility, which we've already talked about. Last week, the board itself expressed concerns with the accelerated timeline provided to them by the financial department, as they should. The board's responsibility and power is to hold accountable the superintendent, her staff, and their actions in regards to these financial decisions. So whether it's through ill will or negligence, it is an attempt to circumvent the accountability that is to the finance office. Alameda County's grand jury report highlights the irresponsibility of OUSD in these decisions, and a yes vote reinforces this hypocrisy. Please stand in solidarity with your young people and do not give OUSD a pass. OUSD gave you a deadline, but not the time to review it or amend this budget proposal or have any community process until after that passage. Passing this budget does not address the bureaucratic bloat or loopholes that created this problem in the first place. It sets up more for potential budget cuts in the future and places the onus on the board to answer for OUSD's poor decision making. Let them come up with the answers. Let them answer for it. Vote no and stand with your young people and your conscience.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Roxana Franco, and I am the lead organizer with Oakland Kids First. I am here to ask you to please reject the proposed budget. Your finance department has failed to transparently share what the implications of approving this budget are. Originally, you presented a timeline that would have given the community and yourselves more time to make an informed decision. Can you move forward adopting a budget that you have only revised for 2 days, if that? What the finance department has presented you with completely undermines you as a governing board. As a community member who values and works to protect public education, I demand to see a complete itemized budget. One way that you can prevent putting yourselves in this situation year after year is to produce a zero-based budget. In addition, I urge this school board to exercise moral power and ask yourselves, is it correct to follow a process you have more questions than answers about? Are you willing to center student families and all stakeholders and put in the work that it will take to fix OUSD's financial instability? Will you vow to prevent disastrous harm that will affect the people you have vowed to represent? I demand you do not go into recess without having resolved the upcoming budget, and ask that you work in partnership with the Alameda County Board of Education to find a resolution that protects students and school sites from experiencing any reductions. I ask you to please contemplate the unintended consequences that your vote can have on high-need students and school sites. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Johnson. I'm a former OUSD teacher, and I'm here representing Oakland Kids First. I'd like to first acknowledge the members of the board for doing your due diligence by asking critical questions of the finance staff with regards to the proposed 1920 budget, which has been hastily prepared and presented and is vague and concerning, to say the least. I heard multiple board directors ask for more details, as well as express dissatisfaction with the budget that has been placed before them. The question of what would happen if this board were to rightfully choose not to approve this budget due to a lack of sufficient information is at the forefront of my mind. The suggestion of approving it for the sake of meeting the deadline and later passing a resolution to tie up loose ends is unacceptable. This sort of front-end decision-making is dangerous and irresponsible, as we saw with the $20 million in budget cuts that took place earlier this school year in hopes of receiving AB 1840 funding. Which turned out to actually only be $514,000, a far cry from the $30 million we had hoped for. As elected officials with the responsibility of achieving the fiscal solvency of this district, while simultaneously ensuring that you stay true to OUSD's motto, in which every student thrives, I urge you to demand accountability and transparency from finance staff. Do not approve a budget that you are uncertain about the implications of, because at the end of the day, it is the board that will be held accountable. Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. I don't know what to make out of a budget presentation for OUSD that is 17 pages long and has no information. Now, first off, this meeting is supposed to be broadcast publicly, and we're supposed to have information up on here about what item we're on. There's supposed to be a budget presentation so the community can be informed about the weak information that's even in this report. So you're just going to move into approving an almost $600 million budget? Now, I know the reason why you don't want to have a presentation and talk about it, because there's no information in here. Even information that you're required to include by law. Like, one of the things that's required by law is a breakdown of school site spending versus central spending. So we see if we make the requirement of a percentage that goes to the classroom. That's not listed in here anyplace. That's been listed in the budget every year. So how much are you spending on school sites? And how much less is that than what you spent last year? And if it's not in here, that means the board members don't know the information either. And how dare you vote on a budget where you don't even know the breakdown? How much are we spending on police? How much are our school sites' budgets? What about the $20 million you say that you cut off the budget? We had documents earlier this year that showed that that was on a cause a per pupil spending decline of $58 to $108 per student. So even though we're getting more money from the state, per pupil spending's going down. That's what you've said, but that's not in this document. And on top of there being no information in here, you've already approved to cut the budget for the 2 following years after this. Even if this is legal, which I highly doubt, this is what you think of us. You don't even give us the information about how you're spending our money, and I'd put money on it that not one of you can answer these questions. How much are we spending on our school sites? How much are we spending on police? And how does that track compared to last year? You owe us that information about our $600 million.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
So 2009, we got the school district back. We were 40 million in the hole. They came in, took over the schools. When they left, they really helped us. We were $80 million in the hole. We started paying that back. We tried to get the governor, we tried to get the superintendent to see if they could take over the 40 million that we were not in control when it happened. It didn't happen. Then you bring in Antoine, who I hear just got rehired in Denver. He left us 33 million in the hole. What are you doing? We had a trustee that you were paying till we pay the loan back, and she sat there, the county sat there, you sat there, and let this bill run up. You're still spending $4.6 million on 1000 Broadway, when we have sites that you could take that money and put it somewhere else. It kind of reminds me of slavery. Malcolm said, you're either part of the solution or you are part of the problem. You are the problem. The fact that you can't get the money under control, other districts laugh at us. They said, well, how are you guys doing in Oakland, Coach? Terrible. The grand jury said, well, we've been saying all along. They're going to come back in unless we get this thing under control. You spend more money than you have. How do you do that? And charter schools are not the answer.
Thank you.
Good evening, Megan Bumpus, Reach Academy teacher, OEA member. I would like to know if the board will be responding to the grand jury report. And for people who are in the room or watching who don't know what that is, it's brand new and you need to read it. And I'm just going to say the title because that really says plenty. It's called The Oakland Unified School District's Broken Administrative Culture, Millions Wasted Every Year. Community members and OEA members have been speaking up about OUSD's mismanagement for years. And it's popular to blame Antoine Wilson, who obviously was responsible for a lot. But we've seen over the past 3 years that the practices continue to drain our schools of resources. I agree with the previous speaker about your poorly timed, I wrote down presentation on here, but there was no presentation, and your vote on a budget that impacts students and workers at the school site level. Where was any community engagement around our budget? When were you engaged around the budget? It seems like the information is not there. We're here because we care deeply about the budget that affects our schools, and it's clear from being present or watching these meetings and from the grand jury report that not everyone currently involved in running the district is acting in the best interest of our students. With all the staff that's walking away, who's actually leading this process? We deserve responses to our questions, and it'd be really great to have some of those during your discussion. Some of the things that the public is asking you right now, we deserve to know those answers, and I think you know it because I see some people nodding like this. If you're underprepared or unprepared to vote on a comprehensive budget that's good for our students and staff, then please do not approve it.
Thank you. The board will be responding to the grand jury report within 90 days. I was just responding to the first question that just to state, I'm stating this later in my president's report, but the board will be responding to the grand jury report. It is a requirement to respond within 90 days. We are hoping to respond a little bit earlier. Thank you. Is there any more public comment on this item? Mr. Mordecai, are you coming to speak? Okay. All right, board members. There was a lot of questions that were raised on Monday. Let's have some discussion now. Director Gonzalez.
Thanks, President Ng. I said it on Monday. I'm saying it again now. I agree with the people who said we don't have sufficient detail here. Specifically the points around not being able to see department budgets, not being able to see school budgets. And what I've been asking for years is a list of how many employees we have and what is their role, what are their roles and how much money are they making. Still don't have that. I know, President Ng, I heard you say that there's going to be a budget book that's going to provide much more detail and better linking our academic goals to our financial goals. I think that's good, and I don't want to create a lot more problems than we already have by not approving this budget, but it's a big problem, though we don't have the level of detail that we need.
Director Torres.
So I think that in our previous meeting in regard to the budget, we asked about getting certain detail, and I wasn't sure the timing. I don't know if it's called a budget book or what, but it would be supplemental to what we received in the last meeting. And so I don't know what the timing is to get us that, since tonight is our deadline for adopting, because June 30th is a few days away. But is there an idea of when we're going to get the more extreme level of detail within the line items that we get? And the budget we got is similar to the one we get every year for 7 years. However, the appendix is one thing, but within the budget, I know Director Gonzalez, I know Director London, we've asked repeatedly about having a little bit, not a little bit, but more detail as far as analysis of things, and especially because we see various years, an analysis of the changes. There's been repeated requests, and so is that what's going to be in the book, or what's going to be in there, and by when would we get this?
Do you want to respond?
So first of all, I just want to respond to the public, and I agree with the criticism and the feedback. And ultimately, as a superintendent, I have to take full responsibility for any shortcomings of the budget. We are in the process of actually looking for a chief financial officer. And so in substitution, we've been partnering with the county in terms of developing the budget. I do believe that the community deserves to see more detail, but our first order of business is actually to find a chief financial officer who's going to be the right fit for our district. We've struggled for over a decade to actually retain a chief financial officer. And developing a budget book, which really is two things, doing a better job providing trend analysis and being able to show the expenditures around staffing so that there's that accompanying documentation with the budget presentation. I do want to point out that the risk of not adopting the budget means that, and we have our state trustee here who can provide more detail to this question, but would mean that there would be significant stalling in schools being able to spend their budgets for the next school year.
Director Yee.
Thank you. And, you know, I think back upon the discussions we had about budget reductions in January, so it feels like we've had a variety of engagements, let's call it that since at least January we've had a variety of engagements around the cuts we're needing to make against the budget that we adopted last year, and those discussions rolling into the preparation of this budget that you've presented. And the line item budget, which is a stack of them back here, are for the information of people interested. The line item budget with all the SACS lines is actually in the file, and you can download that. Anybody can download it, and it's required by the county. The question that I wanted to ask, and the superintendent can just review for me, and hopefully between us all we can put the picture together of budget adoption. In this last week and this week going forward, could you share with us that this is not something that we do ourselves, but the county plays a role, and the back and forth is creating some of the lag time that we're experiencing now? Would you be able to just review for us the bullet points of when, what decisions had to be made, and what's going forward should we adopt the budget tonight?
Are you speaking about the next steps after the,
Right. So just
the
give-
actual decision? So
Right.
in terms of the reconciliation and the budget revision process in
Right,
August?
well, I'm actually talking just in the narrow two weeks going forward, and maybe the 2 weeks prior to this. We had the special meeting and the presentation of the LCAP, and then the budget. That was, I believe, last week. And then with several opportunities for dialogue then. We have this meeting today, and should we pass the budget today, what are the next steps that come towards the end of the year for people, just for all of us to be able to timeline the schedule. We have a trustee, we have the county oversight, or whatever they call the support group. Who signs off for what, so that we can feel confident that we're moving forward into July and the beginning of the new school year with a budget?
So after the decision regarding the budget tonight, then the budget then goes to the county for further review. I believe in that process, our state trustee will also provide some oversight as well, and then we'll get information back from the county in a couple of weeks. I think the point to underscore here is in terms of the out years, there hasn't been a decision made. It's simply being transparent with the board and the community around us still needing to be very cautious around our budget practices and forecasting, which we've been talking about for the last 2 years or so in terms of where we're seeing deficits come from. And so being able to start now planning for decisions that we may have to make 2 years from now. And kind of back to Director Hodges' point, being able to have a year or so ahead of having to make that decision allows us to be more creative and not just have to look for reductions as a way to adjust the budget. So the next steps are really the county review of the budget, and then we have chances to take a deeper look at what's been adopted and then prepare for the closing so we can actually see how we actually end the 18-19 year with the budget.
So then just for our school sites, the school site budgets have already been preliminarily adopted and loaded into our budget system. So schools can be assured that the projected monies that are in their budgets, they can begin planning over the summer for that before the start of school?
Yes.
So there is no question.
Provided that the budget is adopted. That
Right,
would be
provided
correct.
the budget is adopted today, the school budgets will be loaded in. If we don't adopt it today, then that loading will not enable our schools to be doing their planning over the July and August summer break.
That is correct.
Okay, and, okay, thank you. So that really positions us, or not positions us, but compels us to make a decision on behalf of the reliability of our schools being able to be funded and prepare for the start of school in this coming year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments and questions by board members? I have a few comments that I can, okay, go ahead, Vice President London.
So every year at the last meeting in June, we adopt the budget. There's nothing new about adopting the budget at the last meeting in June. It's very helpful that the state now adopts its budget on June 15th. It used to be, when I first started on this board, that we would be adopting our budget in June, and the state would adopt its budget in the middle of July. And then we really had an interesting dance when we came back in August, because we had no idea what was going to be in the state budget. So we're able to anticipate it better. Having said that, I agree with all of the comments that there's a lot of opportunity for us to improve going forward. Every single area, in the meetings we've had to date on this, have expressed my frustration around certain things. I concur with you colleagues on the areas where you have shared as well. And I am very uncomfortable not adopting a budget and having all work of the district stop on July 1 because we don't have a budget. I don't think that serves children well. I think the amount of time that we need to that's why we adopted the resolution that we adopted a short while ago. And I'm wondering, President Ng, if our state trustee, if we could ask him to come forward and confirm this information around the consequences of not adopting a budget. Is that possible?
Mr. Lerner, do you feel comfortable addressing the board in public around some of the consequences of not adjusting a budget?
Thank you. I appreciate this.
Certainly. Of course, Learned, it's really that simple, Jody. Without a budget, you bring the entire system to a screeching halt. And that does have huge consequences on the beginning of the school year. So I believe that, this has been a difficult year. It's been a difficult year for budget development. There's been a tremendous amount of vacancies created in the business department, key vacancies, and so you're down to one person, Gina, behind me, trying to put the budget together, working with the county. And so I believe, some things are missed. I would like to see more detail in the budget. I think you all know how last year when you did your preliminary budget, there were sheets that showed you 17, 18, 18, 19, and so you could see what was going on. It had more detail. It had your unrestricted. It had your restricted. It had, your LCFF. It had expenditures. Here's what we spent last year on these categories. Here's what we spent this year. Here's our assumptions. This presentation that you received was the best that could happen given the time constraints that staff had.
Thank you. So yeah. I appreciate that. That's it.
Other comments by the board? So I did have some questions around, I know capacity is limited, but I just wanted to reiterate some of my questions and concerns. Of course, this is not the budget development calendar and timeline that we envisioned in the beginning of the school year. Clearly, due to staff transitions and turnovers and other challenges that we've faced, that we've are in a position, as the superintendent said, where we that we were not able to get the information and presentation and the level of transparency that we wanted earlier. But we do appreciate, I know that that Gina has been working around the clock to try to pull everything together for tonight, so I do really appreciate all of the work that you've put in. So I am wondering, because I am concerned, particularly because we have moved up the calendar of the school year earlier in the year. Our first board meeting of starting in August wouldn't even occur until after school year starts, I don't believe. Or our first regular board meeting. So I think that the impact and the consequences of not passing a budget, to me, are significant, particularly if all of planning and essentially all of the work would come to a halt and no spending could occur in July or August. To me, that's not an option that is is doable for our kids. Our kids deserve folks to be planning and preparing for the first day of school immediately, and so I don't feel comfortable voting no on this budget. However, as I expressed in the last 2 times we've seen the budget, I am used to a different level of transparency, including some of the items that were discussed before, the site level budgets, department budgets, comparisons from this year to last year. You know, some of the speakers said even the reconciliation of the $21.75 million dollars. And so I do hope that, I know that we're not going to be able to put a full budget book together for the 1920 year, that I know it's going to be, you know, hopefully we can start building it for 2020 to 2021 and beyond. But I'm wondering if we could at least pull out some additional information around the site level budgets, department budgets, number of employees, reconciliation for 21.75, and start building, you know, some of the key skeletons of the book, and presenting that information in August or September, so we do have a better level of understanding. And I'm hoping that that can be more on the, what I was saying before during the LCAP section is that even if it's more on the programmatic side around the investments, and because I know that the fiscal team has limited capacity right now, even if we could draw on some of our program staff that has been working on some of the on some of this work in the past, if we can draw on some of their expertise to start building at least some of the skeleton of what would be a budget book for August or September, I would be more comfortable moving forward, knowing that more information in the form of a budget revision and in the form of additional detail could be provided at a later time. Because as Mr. Learned had talked about, I was hoping initially that we could go back to the level of detail that was in the first draft of the presentation, the first reading of the presentation for this year, the 18-19 year. I think that is the most robust presentation that I've seen on the budget since I've been on the board. And I know that was scaled back for the final version, but I do think that would lay out a really great groundwork for the either the budget book or a budget presentation in the future. And we have copies that we can share with staff around that. And then as I said before, I think revisiting the fiscal vitality recommendations and looking at, as we're building out the calendar for next year, looking at how we can get ahead of the budget development. I do feel like we have been saying that year after year, and I really do hope that with the addition of the LCAP timeline being moved up, that we really can start focusing on the 2020 to 2021 budget development right away in the fall. I both acknowledge the fact that it's not ideal, the situation we are in, and also the fact that staff and the team is working as hard as they can right now, given the circumstances. So those are what I wanted to share. And also, just to some of the public comments around zero-based budgeting, I know that is a desire in terms of some of the Governor's Finance Officer Association goals. I know that there is still a commitment by the board and staff to work towards the GFOA best practices, but that is something that is going to have to continue to evolve as we build our capacity and muscles around budget development. All right, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please, if there's no other comments by the board?
On the roll call to adopt the...
Madam President.
Yes.
We haven't heard from the public on this item.
Oh, we have heard from the public on this item. Are there additional speakers that were here?
Go ahead and call the names. Do you have additional speakers?
Okay.
All right, okay.
If there's no additional speakers on this item.
Okay, on the roll call.
Is there additional? Okay, it would have to be on this item. Please introduce yourself and fill out a speaker card afterwards so that they have a...
Good evening, my name is Julia Martinez. I currently work at Community United Elementary, and you were saying that you would impact the students by not adopting a budget right now, but as you have approved to cut many of us classified from 12 months to 10 months, there's actually going to be nobody in the schools in July to place any of those orders. So I believe that you would have time
to take more reviewing of the budget to be able to approve it later on. And also, you can also call an emergency special meeting to approve that.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Mr. Rickshaw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the roll call to adopt the budget for 2019-20, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
No.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted for approving the budget for next school year.
Thank you. So we are now moving back to earlier in the agenda. I wanted to check. I know that there's some students here from McClymonds, and I'm wondering are they here for? But which item is that? Is that public comment on non-agenda items? Yes. You guys are telling me two different things. So we can either go to, right now, what my plan was, and we can, because we want to prioritize the students that are sitting in the back, my plan was to go to labor updates next, so let me just go back to see where we are. So what we can do is we can do the public comment and non-agenda items, and students can come forward and speak during that item. Then we'll resume the regular agenda, starting at the labor matters right after that. And then we'll go on to consent and the rest of the agenda. So public comment for non-agenda items, usually it's 7:30 time certain. We'll do that at this time.
Excuse me, through the president, did the students put student by their names at all, or did they just sign it as McClymonds? How do we identify your card? Did you fill out a card? Did you fill out cards?
I did. It's in the.
Okay, well, we needed the cards.
Got it. All right.
You ready for me?
Sorting through. Is everyone going to speak? If we're going to have this many speakers, we have to do a minute a person.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that everyone is. Okay, wonderful. Okay, that's great. And so, Ms. Floyd, did you want to call the speakers, or do you want them just to introduce themselves? Okay, so why don't you just introduce yourself, and then with the students as well, make sure to introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Patricia McNary Calloway, and I was the special ed chair. I still am. I was told at the end of the year that no longer existed, but throughout the year I was the special ed department chair. It came to my attention that Mr. McKinney was going to possibly be reassigned. So what I did was write a email to our superintendent on behalf of the special ed department. I have all of their signatures. So I just want to quickly read as much as I can. I wanted you to reconsider this proposal. Mr. McKinney is a personification of an exemplary leader and mentor to all of our McClymonds High School and staff. He is revered, admired, and respected, especially by our young men. He represents a strong father figure to both female and male students, and he embodies strength, empathy and compassion in meeting the needs of staff and students. He also utilizes a no-nonsense approach in interacting with staff and students, and he freely gives of his time, and more often than not goes above and beyond the call of duty in these exchanges. As a 9-year MAC veteran, I can absolutely attest to his unparalleled void when he was asked to leave, I think, 2 years ago. He understands OSD policy, the norms of the McClymonds High School and our surrounding community. That could be contractors, parents, constituents. Mr. McKinney responds to the needs of the special ed department and supports us wholeheartedly as we interact with various factions when the need arises, and it often does, because we are a dumping ground for students who are continuously misplaced. He is a critical and willing partner in IEP meetings, especially when they are contentious. His door is always open. We can talk to him by face or by email. He quickly responds. He clarifies difficult site decisions for us where confusion exists. Equally, in the face of having a brand new principal in the upcoming school year, the stability factor of also engaging a new assistant principal would be devastating to not only our students, but our community as well. The consistent and irrefutable fact that exists in the West Oakland McClymonds High School community is that meaningful relationships are integral for our successful survival.
Thank you. You can
Okay.
email us your comments as well.
All right.
We want to make sure to get
Thank
to
you.
students.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Board. My name is Cynthia Gilbert. Over the last 10 years, I have served as a volunteer, as a parent, and now as a staff person to McClymonds High School main office. I'm here to express my sincerity concerning the support of Mr. McKinney remaining at McClymonds High School. Superintendent, it's really important that he remains there. He has shown up for me in times of irate parents and students becoming so upset. He's on the scene, he's present, he's active, he's supportive, and he's able to manage difficult situations. I've watched him face difficult moments with staff, and he stood the test. And so I'm here as a support and as an expression, an urgency to maintain Mr. McKinney at McClymonds High School.
Hi, I'm Montreal Smith, senior at McClymonds High School. I'm here because my concern with Mr. McKinney. Being a transfer from a charter school, I came and I was behind on some of my grades and credits. And when I got there, Mr. McKinney supported me through everything. Anything I asked him for, he helped me. I came to him for anything, and he helped me with it. Now, entering my senior year, I'm back on track, and I'm heading on to my senior year on track. My real concern is that I got a personal relationship with Mr. McKinney, and to have a new vice principal, it'll hurt me very bad, because he helped me through everything. So I wouldn't know how to see or come to somebody else for the same respect and same willing to do stuff for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Elijah King Turner. I will be giving Ms. Calloway my time.
Just wanted to finish my thoughts on that, and that again was that Mr. McKinney has masterfully immersed himself in and he's critical to.
We actually
I'm
don't
sorry,
do
ma'am.
that,
Yeah.
where someone can pass it on to someone else. We don't
Okay.
do that. But they can read your paper if you want them to read your paper, but we've
Okay.
never done that,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
it's not
Thank
something we
you.
can start.
Yeah.
You want to read it?
Thank you, Director Torres.
And we actually moved this up so that we could actually hear the voices of the students.
Go ahead, say your words.
Good afternoon. My name is Samaj. I'm a rising senior. I've been at McClymonds for 4 years, and since I've been there, Mr. McKinney has been the utmost supportive man at the campus, along with other supportive staff. I feel like with him leaving the school, that would just take away the culture. Like, we wouldn't act the same, we wouldn't have the same respect for nobody else at that school. So it's like, as students, we have respect for all teachers and staff, but there comes a point in time where you have respect for somebody more and like up power. So with him leaving, I think we'll really, we would leave. Simple. Like, if he leave, I'm leaving. So, and I like Mac. I love Mac. So I feel like he should stay here. And he benefits us. He keeps us out of trouble. He's really there for the whole school. So no matter who you is, male, female, whatever, he's there for you. He open door. No matter what, you got to talk to him. He's there to listen. So, Mr. McKinney, that's the guy we need. So
Thank you.
reconsider, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Anthony. I've been at MAC from all before my years of high school. I'll be a rising senior. Mr. McKinney has helped me throughout all my 4 years, whether it's academic or emotional. You know, sometimes Mr. McKinney, like a father figure, you know, he's someone I could go to and lean on whenever I'm having a bad day. Mr. McKinney is a help to all students, male, female, doesn't matter, on and off the field. He's able to help you with grades. If you ever need somebody to talk to about, you know, what's going on around your surroundings, you can always go to him. He always has, it's like a safe haven when you talk to him. Mr. McKinney, he's not just anybody else. Like, as students, we have respect for all adults and all leaders above us. But I feel like, for me, I have a different respect when it comes to people like Mr. McKinney or Coach Peters, because I feel like they're father figures to me. Like, they help me get through life. They give me emotional advice. You know, they help me out, like, just whatever I need help with. So I feel like taking Mr. McKinney away is taking away our culture and our spirit, because he always uplifts our spirit having a bad day or a good day.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Phoenix, a senior student athlete at McClymonds High School and a youth president of the Oakland NAACP Minor Youth Council. I'm here today to support our assistant principal, Mr. McKinney. Mr. McKinney exhibits 7 positive characters every assistant principal should have. He's a communicator, a character builder, nurturing positive school culture, being a contributor, intervention specialist, quality leadership, and caring. If Mr. McKinney leaves, I leave. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angel Diamond, and I'm a senior at McClymonds High School. And I believe that Mr. McKinney should stay because he is a great support system. He has helped me and many of my peers with multiple situations that happen at school and even home life. And I just think he's a really great person, whether staff member, friend, family, and he belongs in the Mac House family.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Diamond, a rising senior at McClymonds High School. And my opinion on Mr. McKinney leaving the school is he shouldn't leave, because that would be taking away our culture. For me, that would be taking away another father figure, a friend, a family member. Overall, in all my coming 4th year, but my previous 3 years of high school, when Mr. McKinney has been nothing but a great experience. And without McKinney, I feel like you would just be taking away a major part of the school. You know, without McKinney, we wouldn't really have anything, you know, and all the things that he's doing for me right now, you know, getting back on track with my grades. Without him, I wouldn't be able to do that, you know, and, you know, just keep him. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ray Cole III, and I would like to say, while Mr. McKinney, I wouldn't have been on honor roll like that. Like, he's been a good person to me. He's been, like, when you get in trouble with the teacher, you can go and talk to him at any time. Like, he'll help you understand what you got going on with the teacher. And, like, for all of us, he does that. He doesn't just do it for boys or girls. He does it for everybody. And just to end it, if Mr. McKinney leaves, I leave.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Gary Alexander. I'm entering my senior year at McClymonds High School.
I just want to say that Mr. McKinney been a great support and a great impact on my life so far. It's a lot of kids, and it's a common thing in West Oakland for a kid to grow up without their father, and I feel like McKinney kind of fulfilled that spot at school. He helped you with personal things, educational things. He always wants you to get the best thing, like the best option that's available. And our previous principal, Jared Scott, he didn't really do that for us, so like I tried to rely on him a lot. McKinney was always there for me. Like Mr. Scott always blew me off and sent me to McKinney anyway. Mr. McKinney, he was just my guy. He helped me with personal things, football, confidence. Sophomore year, first year on varsity, he helped me with my first game when I was starting. When our starting running back went down, he helped me out with my confidence. I wasn't really feeling it, but with him, he gave me a speech that just hyped me up for the game. And Mr. McKinney, he was just always there for me. Him and along with Coach Peters, it was just a great support system all around. And I feel like with the absence of Mr. McKinney, you would definitely cripple the Mac family and the community and culture at McClymonds High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Moore Jr. I'm an incoming junior at McClymonds High School, and I feel like taking away Mr. McKinney would definitely cripple the Mac family. It would definitely cripple the Mac football program because he's been such a support, such an understanding individual to all of us. He's put himself on the line on multiple occasions for us. He's always supported us. He's always helped us through any personal, individual, or collective problems. So I feel like if Mr. McKinney leaves, you'll see me leaving too.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nia Bell. I'm an alumni of McClymonds. Mr. McKinney is a very important aspect of McClymonds. For the last 3 years, we have had a crappy principal, and Mr. McKinney has picked up the slack for him. And Mr. McKinney leaving will really hurt McClymonds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sire Toussaint, and I am a senior at McClymonds High School, and I feel that Mr. McKinney should not leave because he is a good support system for us, and he supports us with everything, and I feel like if he leaves, I'm going to leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marshawn Boyden. I'm a senior at McClymonds High School. I feel like I refuse to work in any other vice principal other than Mr. McKinney. And if he leave, I'll leave. Thank you.
I just want to acknowledge the students for coming out during the summer break. Thank you very much for all being here.
Hi, my name is James Willoughby, and I'm a senior this year. And I've been working with Mr. McKinney for the last 3 years, and he has helped me with my grades. Any problem I have, he helped me get through. Other staff too. I feel like he's a very good support system, and I don't feel like that he should have to leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're talking about 100 students at McClymonds High School. Superintendent, we met with you on the 18th. The second thing we asked you after selecting a principal is that we retain Mr. McKinney, and I don't know who's running the show, but I know who the superintendent is. And we also asked for a second assistant principal with the transition. Some of the people that are making decisions, as far as we are concerned, is not coming from the superintendent. The decision to replace him or move him should come from the superintendent. And if he is removed, there will be some consequences, and then that will be beneficial to the school.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Leticia Zamudio, rep with SEIU 1021. We've been lied to over and over again by this district. 6 to 8 months ago, we engaged in collective bargaining with this district. We've made some major concessions for our bargaining unit. In light of AB 1200, we understood what the district needed in order for you guys to get in a collective bargaining agreement that the county would approve. The day was pushed back twice, and we were expected to have the item on the agenda for today. Our members have been continuously cut. Their roles have been cut. Their hours have been dropped repeatedly. And these are the lowest paid workers in this, not only district, but quite frankly, in this, the Alameda County the education industry. We are asking that the board, upon approval of the Alameda County Board of Education, we are asking for a special meeting to approve the collective bargaining unit to ensure fair contract and fair working conditions for our members of SEIU 1021.
So we are, just a quick response is that we are still waiting for the ACOE letter to return, but we are prepared. We are scheduled to go on recess the month of July, but we are prepared to have a special meeting early next. We're just waiting for them to transition. Thank you to the students for coming out during the summer. Great to see Mac here. So I just wanted to quickly respond and say that the board is, although we are officially in recess, we are prepared to have a special meeting early next week upon receiving the letter from ACOE. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Phoebe Nguyen. I'm a therapist. I'm part of special education, and this whole process is really confusing to me, but what I can tell you is that I am part of a group of people who are making a lot of positive change, and we want to be recognized. And I've heard a lot of words like targeted investment, return on investment, and I just wanted to let you know that investing in us, you will get a return on investment of 100-fold. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Richard. I am an IA, an instructional assistant at Grass Valley and at special ed. I'm here to piggyback on Leticia about our TA. We voted in May. You guys have had it a long enough time. It should have been done by now. Here we are in June, and we're still waiting, We work hard. We work very hard, all of us classified. I feel that God gives us a gift, and he gave me a gift that I do well, and we deserve all that we can get. We know that there are things going on, and I don't think we ask for too much of you, that you should not have had this done by now. There's no way for you to have not to have that signed. We should have a contract. We should not still be waiting and waiting and waiting. We love the children in Oakland, and the children of Oakland, those children that just walked out, we all deserve better than you're giving.
Melvin Phillips, First Vice President for SEIU School Chapter. Once again, we are here and looking at the budget for next year and the year after. It looks like more of my members is going to be cut because we cannot get our budget straight. As I looked at the report earlier, I noticed that it said $53 million in consultant and also outside contractors. $53 million this past year? I don't understand how 7 individuals that sits up there and talk about transparency all the time, we can't never get anything concrete. All numbers all the time is all different. Not only that, you're not transparent enough. My members are calling me for the simple fact that when they used to get their deferred payment, I'm not through yet.
I was about to say that you can speak up to 5 minutes during the labor matters portion. This is public comment on non-agenda.
Is it after this?
That's after this. That item is after this.
Thank
We're at public comment on non-agenda items right now.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Edwards. I'm a librarian at Community United and Futures, and I want to speak up for library staff and all the classified staff that have faced so much instability and uncertainty this school year. And now on top of it, we're seeing that our contract hasn't been approved. And we should, at the very minimum, have the peace of mind to have our, summer break and not be worried that the contract hasn't been approved. So please show the respect to our bargaining team and to all classified members for the hard work that they do. Call a special meeting and approve the contract. Thank you.
I'm Tasha Rath. I am the senior library clerk at Parker Elementary. And I just also want to second what Rebecca just said, that I'm encouraged that you're going to have a special meeting. I want to see that happen, and I really want you to approve this contract, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. Tentatively, the meeting, assuming we get everything back from the county later this week, the meeting is going to be held next Tuesday, July 2nd. We will post the agenda. The item will likely come up around 6 p.m. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christy Thomas, and I'm the parent of a Kaiser student. I'm here tonight because of the grand jury report that came out this week, which put a spotlight on financial mismanagement and corruption in the district. How can we advocate for OUSD in Sacramento for more funding when OUSD is not a responsible steward of its resources? How can OUSD close schools, which hurt students, communities, and families, before fixing its problems with its resources? Before fixing what is broken in its bureaucracy? Why not focus your Office of Innovation on fixing OUSD's broken bureaucracy instead of closing schools? I know that you need to reply to the grand jury in a written report, but what are each of you going to do to respond to this report? How will OUSD be accountable for this mismanagement and corruption? What are each of you going to do to put students first?
Thank you.
My name is Stosh Molesky. This is my wife, Gina Penn, and this is our son, Stosh Molesky from Kaiser Elementary School. And we would just like to say, please do not close Kaiser Elementary School. We do not appreciate the way that this process has been going. Kaiser is one of the is a very good, high-performing school that is fully enrolled each year, and this is a great school that is the result of hard work by the teachers, the administrators, the students, and the parents of Kaiser. And the bottom line is that Kaiser has excelled as a school in spite of OUSD, and I don't think OUSD has the right to consider closing a school as good as Kaiser, considering the track record of how poorly they've rolled out the cohort 2 and the other school closures, and how poorly they've managed the process of telling us they're supposedly merging but actually closing our school. And you should let us continue to thrive and succeed.
Thank you.
And team, how are you doing? Steve Young, Kaiser. I'm a bit of a sad guy. I actually read a lot of the stuff you put there every week, your agendas, your memos, the addenda, and I also read this week the Alameda County Grand Jury report into the gross mismanagement of the district, and I get here tonight, and I've never seen a document as thick as this. And every single line item in this is completely what is being taken to shreds, taken to the woodshed by the Alameda County Grand Jury report which came out this week. Every single item on here needs to be forensically examined. Every single contract you're determined to sign tonight needs forensic audit. This whole thing has been rendered moot by a grand jury. This isn't just some clown from an elementary school, a parent from an elementary school coming up here and ranting.
Thank you.
This is the Alameda County Grand Jury, and this one, which you already have passed as well, it pretty much obviated that as well, guys. Seriously. Thank you.
Hello, Craig Gordon, longtime teacher, member of Oakland Education Association. Mainly, I want to support our sisters and brothers in SEIU who are here demanding that this contract be approved, and I really hope that there's not going to be any implication even from this board that that this district can't afford it, that what we won in any way comes out of our fellow union members and workers in this district who are equally needed to make this district work and who provide valuable support for all of our students. And the first vice president of the vice president of SEIU just mentioned the amount of money that's spent on consultants. So I'm going to just repeat a number that I haven't mentioned in a while, but I've mentioned a number of times, and as we've brought up a lot of times, is that not only is it whatever number he gave in terms of the total number that's spent on consultants and outside contractors, it is 3.5 times the amount of the average in the state, an equivalent of $42 million above the average. So there, you have the money for this contract, and I urge you to approve it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Megan Bumpus, 5th grade teacher at Reach Academy. I wanted to comment on the enrollment of the director, on the resignment of the director of the enrollment office, Charles Wilson, and the replacement by the head of the charter office. I'm gonna say that again, I said that all kind of wacky. I want to comment on the fact that our enrollment director is being replaced by the head of our charter school office. As a parent, I went onto the OUSD promoted website Enroll Oak to check out TK for my son. And the charter options are literally placed above, physically above, the public, what you call traditional public school options. That's, I don't even need to say what it is. Aside from what seems like a conflict of interest, one person running 2 departments, is that going to fix our mismanagement problem?
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, just to build off of the previous speaker's comments, and the head of the charter office has only been in OUSD for 9 months. So that's really some kind of promotion that you can get in OUSD. Get appointed head of the charter school office, and 9 months later, you're running 2 departments. So we didn't have an assistant in the enrollment office who could move up and run it. We didn't have a succession plan in place. Couldn't be somebody from the superintendent's office, but we're going to double dip and do it that way. And enrollment is probably one of the most labor-intensive departments we have. But that's okay, she can do both of them, because her 9 months experience makes it doable. I just want everyone to notice who we've had come out tonight. Not only have we had community members and parents, we had SAIU 1021, OEA, the students, and McClymonds High. And we're all saying the same thing. You are ruining our school district, and you're not listening to the community. It's only going to get worse for you, and the one thing you could do to change all of this is change the way you do business and actually act like this is a public school system, actually act like you're responsive to the needs of your constituents, and actually act like you think our opinions and voices matter. But I hope you see, this isn't just me anymore. You can't blame, oh, that's just Mike and his craziness. Because you know what? The rest of Oakland is feeling the same kind of craziness I feel, and we are done.
Thank you. All right, is there any other public comments for non-agenda items? All right, seeing none, we're going to resume our agenda on page 9. As I stated before, the student president and superintendent reports are postponed to the end, or tabled to the end of the meeting. So at this time, we're going to have comments by collective bargaining units. If the okay, great. Yep, you can come back up. I'm sorry to cut you off during the previous section, but this is the appropriate time to come to speak directly to the board. And I believe we have President Brown also here from OEA to speak afterwards.
Thank you. Melvin Phillips, First Vice President of SEIU School Chapter. And what I was saying earlier was the transparency. Just a few days ago, I received a text from our school security officer or coordinator telling me that our deferred pay for our members will now be broken down into 4 payments instead of the 2 payments without any kind of warning whatsoever. We are on break. Most of us don't even look at our emails during our time off because it's vacation. I don't take work home with me, but it just so happened that I was at the summer school, and I ended up getting this text saying this, and then I'm getting all kind of phone calls from our members saying, what are they doing? You know, past practice is we always got our monies at one time, twice per summer, in order to make sure we can maintain our rent and everything else that they do. Bringing it down in 4 payments is not helping our members, it's hindering us. And without giving us some kind of forewarning of it, that does not show transparency. The other thing is, in our contract, it states that at the end of the fiscal school year, SEIU, all vacation time is supposed to be paid out on the last pay warrant. Once again, we are being told that we will not get our vacation pay at the end of this month, and that it may be sometime in July, and really don't know what time in July. That's a violation of our contract. See, and this is the thing that I'm saying about transparency. Our members are hurting. Number one is because we're getting laid off, a lot of us, and then there's no transparency from our board. There's no transparency from our departments. There's no transparency, period. Make me wonder, why are we still in the same rut that we are in at this time? I don't understand it. We've been through this every year. We know that we have to come up with a budget. Our finance officers, they keep leaving or they keep messing up. They can't get the numbers right. We sit down at the table and numbers come up different every time. And we know how much the state give us. We know what our budget should be for each one of the schools, but for some reason we can't get our act together, meaning you can't get your act together because we have our act together. We're just waiting on you to get your act together, okay? So the thing that our members are saying to us is that we can't be waiting around and saying that, okay, the last time I had a meeting and I heard that it's AB 1200, it's sitting in the county office, but now the county office have it, but there's no signature on it because our chief finance officer, she ends up leaving, so there's no signature on it. So if it's sitting down there with no signature on it, how can it be approved by them in a timely manner for you to have a special meeting on next week? I don't see it happening because if there's no signature, how can they sign off on something with no signature? So therefore it means that now all of a sudden you're dragging us along even more to the point that it may not happen until maybe the next school year. We already been through all this. We're tired. One of the things our members was talking about, they was talking about striking. Okay? If we can't get the things that we need to keep us going, eager to come to work, because a lot of times we get burnt out so much during the course of the year that sometimes it's hard for us to get up every day, but we do it because of the children. That's what we do it for. We do it for them. We don't do it for the board. We don't do it for the superintendent. We do it for the children. But if you treat us less than what we are, then we have to turn around and we're going to have to show you that we are adults. We are human. We do have feelings. We do have needs. So what I'm saying to you up there, you 7 and the superintendent, please, please Don't delay this any longer. President Ng, you said next week. I'm going to hold you to it. The 2nd, next week.
Second.
Keith Brown, president of the Oakland Education Association, and I concur with everything that Brother Phillips just said before this board and the superintendent. And I just want to bring up about a year ago, the labor units in OUSD, we were told that Escape will solve so many problems, that the budget will become more transparent, that we will not have as many issues with payroll, and obviously that's not the case. That's not true. And what the stories, the things that you hear from Brother Phillips, that's what drives good educators out of Oakland. That's what drives classified workers out of Oakland. And ultimately, it is the students that suffer because of that, because we cannot retain good folks that are dedicated to the students here in Oakland. I urge this board to sign off on the contract with SEIU and that there is no problems, because if there is, OEA, we have the back of our classified brothers and sisters, and we will fight alongside with you. Also, I want to acknowledge the McClymonds students that were here today during the summer. It is very powerful to see our students, our African American students in particular, standing here to advocate for an education, to advocate for someone who brings so much meaning to their lives. So I'm just happy to see that kind of activism from Oakland youth, and I urge that we listen to our youth. Lastly, I sent an email to the board of directors and the superintendent, attachment of the OEA's recommendation from the superintendent's ad hoc committee with a cover letter, and I just want to share some things for the public record. The OEA representatives on the ad hoc committee have detailed their experiences as members of the ad hoc committee. The OEA report includes appalling revelations about the OUSD's lack of data and evidence that school closures are in the best interest of OUSD students. I hope that you will read the report carefully. It's been sent to you via email. It was been hand-delivered last week. As experienced educators and leaders in our district, their suggestions and observations should be important to you, and they are to me and educators across our district. Finally, the OEA members of the ad hoc committee made it clear on numerous occasions in the process, in the final committee meeting, via email, and at the end of the June 19th board meeting, that they did not want their names or the name of the Oakland Education Association attached to the committee's recommendations. And I'm here today to echo their concerns. For OUSD to use the name of the union to justify decisions that Oakland educators believe will be harmful to our students is unacceptable. I request that the Oakland Unified School District adjust your memos accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, President Brown. Any other unions here represented? All right. Oh.
Say something to
She can have, you can respond during the public comment non-agenda item. You can, no, I'm sorry, no. What I'm saying, excuse me, what I'm saying is each union has up to 5 minutes in our bylaws, but what we'll do right now, if there's no other labor partners here, we'll do public comment on this item. So she can come for public comment.
I don't even need 5 minutes. I just want to ask you, since you guys made the choice to separate our payments the way you did, and you're only giving me $900, and my rent is due on the 1st. Can you give me a loan until you guys make the correct decision where I'll be able to balance my lifestyle? Because I'm in a hole right now. And it's my money that you guys have. And since you decided to give it to me in 4 separate payments, no rent in Oakland is under $900. So if you could give me a loan, I'll pay you back when you pay me.
Thank you. I think this is, no, we have to take.
I don't understand why it's taken so long. No classified, no school. All the work that they do, and as long as they've been waiting, you guys voted your raise quickly. Didn't take that long. Then we had to fight for the teachers to get a raise. I looked at, and I have yet to see an organizational chart of the district office, but I cannot believe the number, Superintendent, of middle management people we have working out of the district office. You want to start doing some cuts? Look at your middle management group between the superintendent and the schools, the directors, assistant director to the director that has an assistant director. These people are making over $100,000 a year. So you need to look at that part and see whether or not we can start to move some of that money out. And some of those people, it's kind of interesting. They mess up and get promoted. And I've asked for on-site registration, and with a charter school person in that position, the games will really be paid. For years we heard at MAC is full. We tried to hear the conversation superintendent at Prescott, and they were talking about people trying to register their child, and they were told Prescott was full. So there's a lot of games being played, and then you look at the numbers, oh, the enrollment is down. Because some of the lies that are being told by the people that are running the enrollment department. MAC is full, or they will then send certain ethnicities to certain schools, continuing segregation.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, we do have 2 public hearings that were noticed for 7 and 7:30. That's what we just did. Okay, come ahead, Mr. Hutchinson. Ms. Floyd, do you have the names for the A through N? But
I have one speaker, Mike Hutchinson.
come forward.
I do know the process here. It's a little sad that people have been sitting up on the dais this amount of years, don't know the process. So it was nice that you finally let the union speak. I felt disrespected for them when you kept putting them off and putting them off and putting them off, and you waited until most of their members were gone to even allow them to speak. When you started the meeting, you said you were going to go to the special meeting first and then come back and start with the comments from the unions. Well, you didn't do that. Oh, are we gonna have an exchange back and forth then? I'd love to have that. I'd love to have you answer some of the questions that we really have. I mean, I don't understand why there wasn't a president's report on the failure of this year's budget process, or on the failure of this year's blueprint process, or on the failure of this year's ad hoc committee, or on the failure of this year's rollout of the blueprint 2, cohort number 2. Or we can flash back to the start of the year when you were touting the signing of Assembly Bill 1840, which was setting us up for takeover. We stopped that also. But under this leadership team now, we've lost our CBO and our CFO. We have an interim person in charge of enrollment who's also in charge of the charter office and has only been there for 9 months. We know that at least three of our 6 traditional high schools are going through a leadership change with a new principal. We just saw how the students feel from McClymonds High and what's being done to the vice principal that they've trusted for years there. You have completely run our district into the ground, entirely. It is so utterly offensive. And to those of you who I've known for a while, especially away from here, personally, I'm disgusted. It has never been this bad before, and this has nothing to do with charters or privatization. This is about your mismanagement and what you've allowed to happen. So before we go forward, let's have an explanation of the dollars, and we need an outside forensic audit. Because in case you haven't been able to figure it out, we don't trust you, we don't trust district staff, and right now we don't even know who's developing these budget numbers. Because you didn't take a vote to put the finances under the county, and you've only hinted at it. So who's even developing the budget?
Thank you,
Because
Mr.
that's supposed to be
Hutchinson.
your job.
All right, so we are going to move to the public hearing, and then we will come back to the rest of the agenda. We have two items that require public hearing. The first is item R1, which is an application for waiver for the California State Board of Education co-location program for community day schools. For this item, we will have our deputy, yes, so we are opening our public hearing now. For this item, we will have our deputy network superintendent of high schools. She's making her way down, I believe, right now, Ms. Lucia Moritz. All right, hopefully staff is making their way down. Here we go. Great, thank you. We did jump ahead, so appreciate the hustle. Ms. Moritz, please, I think it would just be helpful to have a brief explanation of that.
So since I've been working with alternative education schools, Community Day School has always been treated as one school internally in our district. But according to the state, we have two CDS codes operating there right now. We have the middle school CDS code and the high school CDS code. And so there's actually ed code at the state level that says K6 and then 712. And so essentially what we're just requesting from the state is a waiver to just say 612. So that's why we've had two CDS codes at the state level. Nothing will change for us internally. We've treated it the same way as one school. We have the middle school students housed in one section of the campus and the high school students located at the separate. We have a very strong track record of success, and the state's very supportive of us and just making it one CDS code. It's just been a little bit challenging to have two site plans, two SSCs, because it's such a small school. With the middle school, we have on average 10 to 20 students. And at the high school level, it could range from 20 to 35 students. So if you have to establish an SSC, you have to go through the full process. It's challenging for the two sites. So we've been treating it as one site internally. And so there's a few steps you have to go through for the state to request the waiver to just officially make it 612.
Thank you for that explanation. Other questions from the board? Director Hinhaj.
Just really quick, this is a historical thing. Was this the middle school for Community Day, was it housed once upon a time at Toller Heights site?
No, they've always been on the same campus.
It's always been there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's the way that Ed Code's written about community day schools, there's really specific rules governing students under expulsion order. And they want separation from the middle school and the high school students on the campus, and we keep that. So it's always been on the same campus.
I know you aren't here, so you probably can't answer. What was Barack Obama?
It was an alternative school, but it had a different classification of an alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
So for alternative ed schools, there's different types of classifications. Community day school, it's its own classification. Yeah.
Other questions by board members around the waiver for Community Day schools?
I move adoption.
Second. Oh, we're in the hearing still.
It's not in order until the public hearing is closed.
Okay, is there any public, thank you for the explanation. Can you just tell us what the steps are in this process? Do we have to vote on this, or it's just it's a public hearing?
You do have to vote to approve. So the initial steps behind the scenes where we did have to go through steps to get approval with OEA, with labor unions. We did write up a request to the state, and the state is in support, but they just have to see that it's approved by our board.
Got it, thank you. All right, public comment on this item.
We have one speaker, Ben Tapscott.
We're on item R1. This is the application for waiver, California State Board of Education. All right. If there's no more comments or questions, we'll then move to the next public hearing.
Nope.
No, we'll close, sorry, we will close the public hearing. Oh, all right, so since we have done the public hearing, we can now open this item up for a motion to vote on it.
Move adoption of this item.
It's moved by Vice President London. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Gonzalez. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
It's on the motion to adopt 191277. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We also have a public hearing for item R2. This is a application for general waiver. This is for shortfall in instructional minutes for school year 2017-18 for Redwood Heights Elementary School. We have our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Sandra Aguilera, and then also we have Ms. Gina.
Can you declare the hearing open, please?
Yes, Ms. Gina Murphy-Garrett, Senior Budget Executive Director. So I am opening the public hearing for this item. If we could just have a brief explanation of this item, that would be helpful.
We are asking for approval of, from the board for this application on the general waiver to approve the instructional minutes remediation plan for Redwood Heights Elementary School. In the audit of the instructional time for 2017-2018, we discovered that the Redwood Heights Elementary School instructional minutes did not meet the required annual minutes of 54,000. So in order to remediate that shortfall of minutes, we had to go through a process to create a plan to make up those minutes. And in that plan, you have to work with staff and with our teachers union to create that plan, which the documents that are attached to this resolution show that documentation of what was planned and how we will remediate the instructional minutes that we were short in 2017-18.
All right, any questions for this item? Public comment on this item. Thank you very much.
We have two speakers, Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. A lot of people came to the podium tonight and beat up on the district. Let's beat up on the state of California. This is so dumb. The students gone on. It's not the same students. How can you hold them responsible? We'll keep them after school. We'll add minutes to it. How can you make the district responsible that you're going to take money out of your budget because somebody in a large district can't balance their checkbook, essentially, can't count, can't get the math straight. You got enough people, you're going to get some people that can't balance their checkbook. You're going to get some people that can't get the math straight. This is a dumb law. There should be a more creative way to deal with this issue. It's a real issue. You want the students to be served, to not be gypped out of there. But those students left. So this is so dumb. This is the type of thing you go to the legislature, your representatives, and say, look how dumb this is. Let's fix it. It's a little thing, but it's costing you money and time. I hope you win the appeal, but the appeal is as dumb anyhow. You're guilty. You committed the crime. So, you're like, you're pleading for mercy for having killed your parents because now I'm an orphan.
Mike Hutchinson, I agree the district is guilty. It's pretty shameful because, it shows that the 4th and 5th graders at Redwood Heights missed 450 instructional minutes in the year. What that means is whoever created the bell schedule at Redwood Heights could not do the proper arithmetic to come to a total. When they submitted the bell schedule to the district staff for approval, they could not do simple arithmetic. And this is from the 17-18 school year. So now it's taken a whole nother year to even figure out that there was a problem and respond to the complaints. And the remedy listed in this document is to make up the minutes for the students. I don't know how that's even possible for 4th and 5th graders who have moved on from the school now. In the end, like all of these other decisions you're making, the people who lost out were those students. And they lost out because of the mismanagement of the district and not even being able to calculate instructional minutes. And let's also highlight the fact that that's the bare minimum of instructional minutes required by law. This isn't like a wish amount of minutes. This isn't giving our students more. That means because of OUSD's mismanagement and incompetence, the 4th and 5th graders did not get their required number of minutes that the law provides for them. So who's responsible for this? Who's being fired for subjecting the school district to a $600,000 liability and making our students lose out on instructional minutes? Where's the accountability? Not one person in this district takes responsibility for any of these mistakes, mismanagement, and problems. Think of the example that sets for our students.
Thank you. We will now close this public hearing. And we will now take a vote on this item. Is there a motion to adopt this item?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. Is there any, I believe we've done with public comment, so we don't have to do another one. Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to adopt item 191167, Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
I'm sorry, hold on. The item number is 1372. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that you just took the vote on. Correction of the record. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are back on page 10. I appreciate folks following with us. We are jumping around the agenda a bit today. We are on the adoption of the general consent report minus item P213, which was pulled by Director Harris. Is there there is a motion to adopt the general consent report?
Madam President, yes. So
Moved by Director Hinhodge. Is there a second?
I will second, but I do want to speak to the consent agenda.
Great. Okay, comments on the consent agenda.
So colleagues will be voting no on the consent agenda tonight, and the reason is that there are $2.56 million in no-bid contracts on here, and some of them as large as $941,000, $486,000, and this was something that was named in the grand jury report. It's something you've heard me talk about for years. It's a bad practice. It's not good for our students. We need to be better about getting bids so that we know that we're using our dollars to the best of our ability. The other thing I wanted to just to remind us is that we talked during our retreat last weekend about adaptive versus technical challenges. And some of these contracts are to bring in new leaders for new schools, to do principal development. That's something that we need to bring in-house. We shouldn't be using technical solutions to really serious problems, that we need to develop our own in-house capacity to train new principals and develop new principals. So I'll be voting no on the consent agenda tonight. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Other comments or questions about the general consent report? Vice President or Director Yee.
No, I didn't have anything.
I thought your hand was up. No. Okay, public comment on the general consent report.
We have about 6 speakers: Mike Hutchinson, Sharon Rose, Jim Mordecai, Ben Tapscott, Kim Davis, Julia Martinez.
My name is Sharon Rose. I want to comment on P141, which is reestablishment of the adult high school diploma program. So you are rubber stamping this decision. Have you noted that it does not specify how many students will be served? The community would really like to know. As a teacher of adults and as a former teacher in the district of adults, I completely support this decision to reestablish the program that was destroyed in 2010. But this decision does not specify what, if any, other programs would be impacted by this decision. The community would like to know. And finally, are you aware that the administration of the adult program has been holding back, squirreling away $1.2 million from the block grant that funds their program? Do you know that? The reason that they say they're holding back that money is that they want to have a central office. They want to rehab some property that is owned by OUSD. They were talking about Shands, but Shands is on your list of places that properties that are going to be sold. So they must have some other property in mind. Now, this is not a routine, no-brainer decision. It's very controversial to be holding back $1.2 million instead of spending it on students.
Thank you.
The community would like to know if you approve of that or not. And it doesn't, just because this comes from a block grant that you have no control over budgeting for other things, doesn't mean that you don't have a responsibility to look at what's being done in the adult program. You do have that responsibility.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So on page 98, it says an agreement to resolve the United States Department of Education versus the District Office of Civil Rights case, and then it gives the number. This is important. Why is it in the consent agenda? Because if you read Robert's Rules of Order, consent agenda for routine matters. It isn't routine for you to have a settlement of a case with the United States government. It's not routine. And it doesn't say anything as to what the settlement was. Oh, great, it was a settlement. But is it a secret? Why couldn't there be a report or something? I know it's at the end of the year and you want to move on, but that's not an excuse to squirrel things away in the consent agenda. Now, the famous grand jury report talked about the consent agenda, and you got all these things that are below a certain threshold of money. I was trying to look for one of them. And it said, well, you know, it's like they're putting fire extinguishers in, and there's a grant here and a grant there. And it says, well, why don't you consolidate them all and maybe drive down the price? Really? The grand jury has to figure that out? Somebody in the administration, I would hope, would figure that out. Now, Fund 21 is Measure J. So on page 33, it's an independent consultant agreement for professional services less than the 92. I was looking for that number, $92,600 for a zero energy net project. So my question is, did you misspend that money? Because was that listed back in 2012 when the Measure J money was you told the public what you're going to spend it on? Was this zero energy project done then?
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, since of course you won't answer questions.
President Ng.
Maybe if you answered some questions, you wouldn't have so many financial problems.
President Ng, I'd just like to clarify, Mr. Mordecai, Prop 39, the Prop 39 referred to in that item was funded through a state bond that passed in 2012 through the California Energy Commission. Districts have had the opportunity since then to take advantage of funds to do energy efficiency projects in our schools. So that item, I believe, I don't have it right in front of me, but I believe that is one of several grants. I think we've received several $1 million. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I just wanted to clarify that for you. It's not money that came from the bond. I think we may have identified matching opportunities, but the majority of the money is coming from the state of California through the Prop 39 2012, not 2000, but the 2012 Prop 39.
That's permitted under Brown. You could briefly respond to the public's comment, and that was informative, and I thank you for it.
Sure.
Good evening, Kim Davis, parent. There's a lot of things in the consent report, and I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I am going to just have a little reminder of about the school mint contract, how we got to this point. I think the board has had many conversations about this, and I went back to listen to some of those conversations so I could remember accurately what was said at the time. And when it first came to us through Ed 78 free of charge, and we all know that when you get something for free, it's not always for free. Now we are with something that the superintendent staff now says we cannot afford not to use. So that's the way that you ensure that something comes to pass, is you offer it for free and then people have to use it. In April of 2017, you approved the backdate, already done the work contract, and Director Gonzalez at that time indicated that it was important that in the future we actually have the ability to approve the work before it's done, and that we do it, and that we actually bid out contracts. Then it came back to the board in October of 2017, and Director Ng, at that time Director Ng, pulled it from the consent agenda to have this discussion about why were we entering into this contract in the way that it wasn't competitively built. It's a lot of money, $333,000 a year. When it comes back to us next time, let's make sure that we have this discussion and we understand whether the money that we're investing is actually benefiting our district and is actually doing what it's intended to do. We have not seen that. I would argue, but I don't have the ability to do the research on my own, that it has actually negatively impacted us, that it has cost us money, and that you all have made promises, once again, that you haven't even bothered yourselves to follow up on. And that, you know, I think kind of dovetails nicely into what the grand jury report says, which is that you have no courage of your convictions, you have no commitment to actually follow through, and you just bounce from thing to thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. One of the other things that the grand jury report clearly says is that you should not have a consent report with this many items in it. In the grand jury report, actually, they cite a consent report that had a little bit more than 50 items. Today's consent report is the longest one I've ever seen, 214 items. So I know that it's physically impossible for the board members to have read through all of these things. So by definition, with 214 items, we know that you're voting on things that you have no idea what it is. Unless one of you actually spent about 60 hours to read through them all. But knowing the way you usually work, I would find that hard to believe. So some of the highlights from this consent report, since you obviously haven't read it: a $1.1 million contract for computer supplies and technology products, a $3.1 million two-year contract for office and school supplies and equipment, a one-year extension of the contract with Schoolmint for $333,500, $100,000 to remove portables at King Estates, but then also $203,000 to install portables at Madison Park. Doesn't make much sense that we're spending money to remove portables at the same time we're spending money to build portables, and we have a portable reduction strategy. 2 separate contracts for moving services at 1000 Broadway that together total $790,000. There's an HR department personnel report that gives a snapshot of the churn that we are experiencing in OUSD. There are the final 7 leases of the Prop 39 offers, including at Howard, where Director Harris, you made a lot of promises to the community there when I was in that meeting, and you didn't live up to one of them before you're going to approve this lease. And lastly, there's a $5.6 million grant from Salesforce that the Oakland Public Education Fund is going to manage on OUSD's behalf again. Now, I'm sure the board is unaware that the fiscal sponsorship agreement with the Oakland Public Education Fund expires on the 30th of this month. So you won't be able to do this with them, and we demand an accounting right now at the end of their fiscal sponsorship agreement of how much money they've had of OUSDs, how it's been managed, where that money is now, and we demand that any leftover money from the fiscal sponsorship agreement be returned to OUSD. They have 4 days to make that happen, and I'm sure none of you have been following that.
I'm not sure if any of these items are in there. We met with the superintendent June the 18th and talked about the new principal. We talked about retaining Mr. McKinney. We talked about adult ed relocation. They currently are occupying 3 classrooms, and we're asking that they give one of those back up, room 101, that is designed for an art class, and also restore the teacher's lunchroom that they store items in. The West Oakland Middle School information I got about Envision, we talked to the superintendent in August at Prescott about moving 168 kids so we could support 300 kids to go to school in their neighborhood. I hear now that Envision is coming in, occupying the 2nd floor in competition with West Oakland Middle. So they're going to be vying for the same 6th graders. And we have 300 black kids that are on the waiting list, and I understand 95% of those students coming in do not live in West Oakland. We still have the lead problem, and we still have an education, adult ed relocation, and we're asking that they give up 2 rooms and the teacher's lunchroom, and then we're hoping over Christmas you can move them over to Cole so we don't have adults walking in and out of our children. So I don't know if any of these items are included in what you're looking at now, but those were items we covered with you, Superintendent, June the 18th.
Thank you. All right. Board members, any other comments or questions on this consent? I did want to acknowledge it is a rather large consent report. There are a number of MOUs that are included with nonprofits for next year, as well as the SPSAs that do make it even larger.
Can
given
you
the number of
explain what an
schools.
SPSA is, please? Single plan for school plan for student achievement.
Exactly.
It's a legally required document that every school must have on file before school year starts.
The new year.
Can I make one comment then?
Director Torres.
To the other board director's point, I think, and in regard to the grand jury, I think we've already stated that we want to figure out how our students at each of our schools are going to be served in the best way, but also the most economical way. So in regard to having multiple vendors for after school, are we going to do better by our district overall as far as budget, as well as serving students, to start looking at things that have just been approved year after year? And so that's my understanding of what should happen between now and next year when we get to the end of the year, that we don't see maybe this late in the game, because we get a grasp on changing the way we've been doing business in response to the grand jury. But also just prior to that grand jury, we'd been talking about the fact that could we have one vendor where right now we have 15 that do the same thing, and financially that's just not how you stay solvent. So I just wanted to call it out that, there's a lot of things on here that are serving students, and there's a lot of different organizations. I serve on the Girls Inc. board, so I'm going to abstain because there's tons of contracts for Girls Inc., and I must abstain as a board member. So I will abstain from voting yes on the consent agenda, but I do want to just comment that we said we were going to do better by our students by the fact that we were going to do a deep dive. And if it has to be a study session for this board, maybe it's time, after 7 years, we just talk and talk and talk. It may very well need to be a study session just on consent agendas, and we look at calendar throughout a year. There's a theme of when we get these contracts, and then there's a theme at the end that everything gets crammed in. So maybe we can look at 2 to 3 years going back and see when things come, and see how we can scrutinize better to not only get the contracts approved sooner, but also get some checks and balances around, is that school being served? And is that the best vendor? Is there possibly a more culturally relevant vendor with more diversity and with more languages spoken, so that they're meeting the needs of the students? But mostly culturally, I think that we know our students need that, because we sure as heck don't have teachers that look like them. So until we can do that, which is going to take years and a plan for decades, at least everyone else working with our students could be more diverse. So that's all I'm going to have to say.
Vice President London.
Director Torres, I appreciate your comments, and I actually was happy because often these agreements for after-school programs are coming to us well after the school year has started. So the fact that we're seeing it before the contract begins, to me, was big progress. And I think it would, perhaps, Superintendent, it might be valuable if Ms. Bustamante, who directs the Community Schools Office, could maybe provide some briefing for board members, or a memo or something around how these contracts are organized. I spent a lot of time early in my tenure, I think before you joined the board, Director Torres, trying to understand better the process for securing the after-school providers, and also how her office has started to have a lot of the groups who want to come in and do programming with our students. Actually, they now show up on our agendas as well, because we wanted more standardization, I believe, around how people came into the district and what kind of requirements they had to meet before they were working with our students. So I appreciate your comments, and I'm making a note myself for our calendar for next year.
On the structural, I'll respond to the structural piece. I do think that we can, in light of the grand jury report, really discuss as a board about thinking about the meeting structures, and looking at, based off of what is compliance, but also what are the priorities and needs that we need to discuss as a board, how we could potentially better structure the meeting agendas, and ensure that we're adequately providing both discussion and oversight on the necessary items. So I do think that the suggestion around doing that for the general consent report, yes, but I think that it's warranted a discussion about the agenda as a whole. Other comments for the general consent report? Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
And I believe Director Torres is intended to say she will recuse herself from voting on the agenda rather than abstaining. On the roll call, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
And this is a roll call minus item P dot hyphen 123.
213 is what I had down.
I'm citing the item number, I believe. You give me a second to check.
213.
Item 213.
Well, I'm not reading very well tonight. All right, 213. All right, and Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
No.
Vice President London?
Yes.
And President Ng?
Yes.
All right, the motion is adopted.
All right, thank you. Now we're on to item P213. Director Harris, you pulled this item. I'll turn this to you.
Yes, I'm looking for an update on the status. The work, the district has committed us to doing some renovation work in a what can be a large classroom, and we'll actually need to do some structural work to I'm sorry, we need a motion, Mr. Rickshaw?
Yes, you do.
Sorry.
Is there a motion to adopt item P213?
So moved.
Moved by Director Yee, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge.
So we've committed to doing some work to improve the space. The last time I visited there, the space was not ready. So I'm asking today for the pleasure of the public and for the public record, what is the status of the work to be done on the Howard classrooms, and then what is the plan to complete that work, and when will that work be completed?
Sonali Maraka, Director of the Office of Charter Schools. Thanks, Director Harris, for your question. We've been working closely with the principal at Howard, Nikki Williams, as well as Buildings and Grounds staff to both figure out the different modifications that the principal was requesting, and also to get the quotes and get the work started. So the pieces of work, and there have also been a few other requests from the principal that we've been able to accommodate that I can talk about that didn't require Buildings and Grounds. So the biggest piece of work is there's a book room with a big structure in the middle, and she would like to have the top half of it sawed off essentially in order to create more space in that room, and that request has been approved, and I got an email today saying it should be completed before the beginning of the school year. It will be paid for out of the Prop 39 funds that we get from the charter school. So that's the biggest facilities modification. She also had a smaller request around turning the water on in that room. That's no problem, and also being completed. In terms of non-facilities modifications, she had concerns around the parking situation that we were able to resolve because Francophone won't have very many teachers with cars, so that won't be a problem. And when they have family events, they're actually looking to rent out space at a nearby church for parking. So the parking issues were resolved. In addition, the principal at Howard had some concerns about Francophone having older children on the site, and so Francophone has agreed to have their TK through first graders at the site instead, and swap their older kids out to be at the other site at Toller Heights.
And there is one room that requires the pull-out room will be, there's a bathroom in that room. It requires, I believe, a structure or a door to be put up. We committed to that?
So we can't Buildings and Grounds cannot put in an actual door, so we're exploring other workarounds that could be used for the year, whether it's a screen door or something like that we're looking into with them.
And when will we have a determination of what exactly the plan will be?
I've been emailing them, I think in the next few weeks, I would imagine. We should have a good update to it. And I've been in regular communication with the principal as well about this.
Thank you. And I'd ask for the record if you would provide an update when you have a better sense of when the work will be complete and the work that was completed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Other questions by the board? All right, thank you very much. Is there public comment on this item? Oh, okay, actually, Director Gonzalez hasn't.
Can you speak to space issues that were raised by special education teachers on the site and how special education students are going to be accommodated? And specifically, will there be appropriate space for resource students, or will they actually be in the closet like has been alleged?
So thank you for that question, Dr. Gonzalez. The network superintendent and principal have drafted a room and program assignment schedule for next year, and I can read to you the different uses of space, which I think is helpful. So 7 classrooms will be used for general education, 1 classroom for science, 1 classroom for after school, 1 classroom for Ann Martin therapy, 1 classroom for RSP inclusion, 2 classrooms for SDC, 2 classrooms for ICE, and then that's actually their 15 regular-sized classrooms, and then a 16th room, which is smaller, which is the book room they'll be using for gen ed intervention. So in conversations with both the network superintendent and the principal, they're confident they'll be able to retain all their special education programming.
Okay, and that students are being served in appropriate spaces and they're not stigmatized spaces?
Correct.
Okay. That's for gen ed, student intervention.
That's right.
Thank you. Public comment on this item.
Mike Hutchinson. I'm really disappointed because the community members asked for specific things, and it's great to ask that of staff now, but it's not written in the lease. And so this is just people flapping their gums when you have a legal document that you're about to approve. So which one takes precedent? The written lease or what district staff just comes and says? We just heard that the money to make these improvements comes out of the Prop 39 money, the lease money that they'll be paying the district. So the district is taking a loss in order to make these facilities suitable, when under Prop 39, these classrooms presumably were offered in the first place because they were underutilized spaces that needed to be filled. We're not required to spend money to accommodate charter schools under Prop 39. A book room is not appropriate for instruction of any sort. It's called a book room for a reason. That is the closet that everyone's been talking about. So we just heard that academic services were going to have to be provided in the book room for our Howard students to make room for the Francophile students. That's what was just said. This is so far away, not only from the intent and the written language in Prop 39, this is so far away from your responsibility to manage our public school system. Oh, they won't need that many parking spaces because most of them don't drive? What kind of legal theory is that? This is supposed to be a lease agreement, a legal document. So when you ask staff to come in and answer something, if they're just saying it and it's not in the documents you're going to approve, it's just flapping the gums. I'm born and raised in Oakland. I know a hustle when I hear a hustle. It's not even a very good hustle. And lastly, why is the head of the charter office involved with anything that has to do with leasing our properties? It's not the same job at all. That should be done under the facilities. And giving one person all of those jobs under one title, and she's only been in the district 9 months, and now she has even more responsibilities?
Thank you.
There's no way she could even make that happen if she wanted to.
I've already spoke on Prop 39 and what it says, and I would encourage the board to read it. It says very clearly that a school district is to provide equitable space, but they are not to be housed in functioning public schools. And not only that, I don't remember ever saying that you can give our schools away for 40 years. I just heard about Envision coming into West Oakland. They will not be welcomed in West Oakland. 95% of those kids coming over and trying to take the upper floor in West Oakland in front of 300 black kids is not going to work. 95% of those people, I was told, they do not live in West Oakland. But we can't provide for 300 kids. I've asked the superintendent this. Every morning during school year, 300 kids leave West Oakland because this board, this superintendent, as of today, will not give us a middle school in West Oakland to service 300 kids. These are young kids traveling back and forth at the family's expense. Where is the equity in that? Title VI of the Civil Rights Act says it's against the law to discriminate in programs and services. Programs and services. So why do we keep going down this road with charter schools and taking over public schools? I get sick and tired at Marshall, Jim, every time I go by there. That school used to be integrated. Now it's 75, 80% white. So let's kick out the black kids and move in the white kids.
Thank you.
That's what's going on.
Kim Davis, parent. I appreciate Director Harris pulling this, and because I had no idea about the work, and just listening to the idea that we're going to be asking the Buildings and Grounds Department to saw off half of the bookshelves in the book room so that we can have students receive services in there and educators in there trying to do their best for kids is shocking. And I don't know why no one seems to think that's shocking. This is not, I would argue, appropriate, even under the most, the broadest definition of what we need to offer to charter schools. I don't even think we don't have to do this. And Mike is absolutely right that when, to say that it's coming out of our Prop 39 money is, counterintuitive. That money is intended to offset the cost of facilities, not to offset the cost of upgrading facilities so that charter students or district students can utilize that space. Now, I realize that the principal is probably trying to figure out a way to be least disruptive, but we should not be in a position where we're asking principals to have to do that. It's, that is not serving kids. And, that you all are not questioning that and are not as angry as some of us are about that is just outrageous. If nothing else, this should be moving you to do something about Proposition 39. If this is actually what happens under Prop 39, that's a problem. That doesn't help charter school students. It doesn't help district school students. So I just don't understand the laissez-faire attitude of the board when you're faced with something like this. It's awful.
Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, on the pending motion, which I understand is P.-213 or 1914-55. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Abstain.
Director Torres.
No.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We are on page 105, our last item under unfinished business. is the adoption of the revisions to the Blueprint for Quality School Action Plan and selection considerations. Is there a motion to adopt item S4?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice President London. This item, we did have a first hearing on it as part of a Blueprint study session last Wednesday. Is there any additional questions that have come up on this item? Seeing none, is there?
I do have a question.
We can have Ms. Renteria, our Deputy Chief of Innovation, come forward.
Hi,
Evening, Board of
thank
Directors.
you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what we're agreeing to in terms of timeline and what we can expect to see at the different check-in points along the way. Could you clarify that for us? Because that's a question I'm getting a lot in community.
So in terms of the resolution, there was an ask for us to create this committee and to create, within this committee, to build out recommendations that the superintendent will then bring forward to the board. And in those recommendations, we came up with 5 to send to the superintendent for the superintendent to bring to the board. 1 was the pre-engagement phase, 2 was the post-implementation phase, 3 was the focusing on our marginalized students throughout this data, within the data considerations. 4 was providing lived experience, so hearing from the community through interviews and study groups and focus groups. And 5 was safety and environmental stress factors. So when it comes to specifically the engagements, we're talking about the pre-engagement portion of our work. Now, given this looks different for cohort 2, given our timeline to bring to the board, and I know that when we presented this last week, we asked for a first read to happen in the last board meeting of August, I believe it's August 28th, for a vote to happen the first board meeting in September, which I believe is September 11th. So we're trying to condense this within that period of time. So for cohort 2, we are currently engaging with the communities around the scenarios that we're bringing forward. For cohort 3 and moving forward, we're looking to do this pre-engagement selection throughout the course of the fall to be able to bring scenarios and to bring concrete impact on cohort 3 so that we can get through some proposals by March. So that's how we've condensed it for cohort 2 and how it will look for the future cohorts.
Okay, thank you. And then you're a very small department, and this is a huge body of work. So I just want to make sure that you're going to have the resources. I don't know if you're going to need to draw on other parts of the organization, or just, I would like some assurance that we'll be able to do this well, because I know you're stretched, I would imagine. I'm projecting that, so I shouldn't say that you're stretched, but.
Yeah, and I've been really fortunately internally, we've had several folks internally really step in and help and take part in some of these projects. So our comms team has really helped us in developing some work and developing the way we're going out to engage. You know, we have Jody London, who's been a part of this process. We have
Jody Talkington.
Jody Talkington, you're Jody London. Jody Talkington. We've had our RAD team really bring up and be able to provide that transparency that the community's been needing around data. So we have internally have had a great group of folks really stepping in to help support us.
Thank you.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Renteria. Can you specify exactly what it is that we're approving tonight? Because we're not approving cohort 2 tonight. So is it just the additional steps in the process?
Correct. So we're not approving cohort 2. We're approving those 5 additions to how we're moving forward in this process, both with the engagement and the data considerations.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions by board members?
So just a small note that on your cover letter, it says that the board adopted the blueprint June 27, 2019. That's tomorrow. So just a small typo.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Director Hinhotch? Was that a hand? Okay. No? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So, appreciate this
the reordering of this, but in this particular scenario, the whole North Oakland piece of it, like, I get emails and I feel like everyone's being really incredibly gracious and polite. So I'm just very curious as to the plan for, when you talk about these deeper engagements, I'm really, who's facilitating it? What are you actually doing to kind of move these conversations? And I can remember I was in a 2x2 with Director Harris, and I can't remember all of what he said, but he was speaking to, like, are we making this decision based on kind of like the need of the district or because of a demographic change in the neighborhood? And so while these scenarios are great and they give us some flexibility, I still don't know that we've kind of answered those questions or we're getting vetted as a board to be definitive around that. And again, for me, it keeps going back to this power, privilege, and race issue around what we do inside the system pretty consistently. So the question is like, where's the intentionality of having those conversations and who's facilitating?
Yeah, so I think the approach that we have really started to think about, so initially in the way that these considerations and engagements have shifted, is really thinking about the dilemma throughout our city. And so this is where the RAD team has really supported us in providing that data, both what is the current state and what are we looking at when we talk about 2023. And so really thinking about what is the dilemma we're trying to solve for. And as I'm engaging with North Oakland, for example, as something that's mentioned and I'm starting to have those engagements, there's a couple of dilemmas we're trying to solve for in that area. One is the fact that in the Kaiser area, we have 58 students in that area. So 58 students in that entire area that don't all come to OUSD. They go to various places. So thinking about that as, is that really a place that we should be having a school? Is that an optimal location? That's one dilemma we're trying to solve for. The second dilemma in that situation is Santa Fe will be, Glenview will be moving out of their space, so Santa Fe will be vacant. The third dilemma we're addressing is we have inequitable academic performance in that area. So we see academic outcomes that are in Sankofa that are different from their neighboring schools that we need to address and ensure there's quality for all of our students in that area. So those three, and I said there's four, and I'm really blanking off the top of my head, but what we're doing is we're really trying to approach this from like, what's the dilemma in this area? And so this goes beyond just this one school that's impacted and this one community we're engaging, but rather this is where we've spread out and engaged in more communities. So for example, yesterday I have engaged with the Peralta community for the first time in this process. And currently I'm doing the engagement, but again, thanks to our comms team who's been helping support us with that work.
All right, Director Torres.
So I do have one question that I didn't ask and I just recalled. This is the type of process that, unlike other bodies of work in the district, this is the body of work that I would say from prior superintendents, what was done, which I think was an attempt in the right direction for this board, which was community meetings by district or at least by region with the board members there. A couple here and a couple there, or one. But ultimately, since I've heard the data, I don't know how many times about Kaiser and that allegedly only 17 kids live in the area and the rest come from other places because of the success of the school and the program and whatnot, that would mean that all of us could be affected because the kids could be coming from District 6, 5, 7, anywhere, right? I think this is the body of work that does require us as board members to be at community meetings that take place, if it's the region of a cluster of schools that is Sankofa, Kaiser, Piedmont, whatnot, Santa Fe, obviously we've been hearing from them last week, and so on, because I have the area with the bilingual schools, the dual language schools. I have ICS, Manzanita Seed, Melrose is right next door, used to be District 5. What about another part of town where we need that program? Because we have wait lists, lots of wait lists, and then we have privileged children pushing out the neighborhood kids from walking to school at Manzanita and Melrose. So in reality, I think this is the body of work where we as a board need to be at community events. And so this superintendent hasn't done it, but in the past when it was done, I think it worked because it was work that the past superintendents knew there were going to be a lot of questions. I know we all have a full email inbox just around Kaiser and just around Santa Fe. So it's going to get worse if we don't do this community engagement as a board.
And thank you for that. I know that there was an ask during our study session last week to provide the board with these weekly updates. And so we'll provide that. And then in the case of North Oakland, keeping that, Director London informed of these engagements and what's going on so that we're continually doing that. So
I don't think you understood what I said.
Yep.
What I said was that we would actually be at the engagements that are going to be held, because then we're able to answer questions to people right then and there instead of have 100 email a day after you have a meeting and they are pissed off that you didn't answer not a single one of their questions. I had about 50 emails to that effect, phone calls that I had to listen to. She didn't answer a single question. And I don't know that I believed them, but I wasn't there. So if we're engaged physically in the room, we'll know what's really going on, as opposed to after the fact having to do our own town halls. I think it'd be better if we just worked together.
So let me, Director Torres, I think what you're asking, because I know that you're doing in the future cohorts, there's going to be a pre-selection meetings, I think I remember hearing. So at that point, if there's more, I remember seeing regional meetings, perhaps at that level, because I think it would be difficult for board members to go to all of the, I don't know if it's appropriate to go to all those meetings, but perhaps in the pre-engagement stage, where you're talking about kind of regional engagements, that might be an opportunity, like you were saying, when Director London hosted some meetings, to work together with board directors that are impacted in that region. And then from there, then perhaps the director would feel more engaged when there's the follow-up conversations that are going on.
Madam President, just want to remind that it must be a less than a majority of the board if you choose to do that. Otherwise, you'll have to post it and it'll become a board meeting.
Yeah, I think what I was hearing Director Torres say was that she would like to be engaged in kind of regional meetings that impact her schools. Okay, Director Yee.
Okay, I just want to thank Ms. Renteria for this particular blueprint analysis deck that I'm looking at, which encapsulates data across several schools, and it actually shows kind of the dilemma as you described it. And maybe it would be helpful, because this is the District 1 school decisions is well along the way. One way of doing it, you provide weekly updates orally, but as I was looking at this and listening to you, I realized that the 4 dilemmas that you described, it would be really helpful if we could keep this deck going. And then, those kinds of comments that you just made, I don't know if you've written it down somewhere, but if we could just have it just attached to this, so that we have now a running record of the kinds of dilemmas that you are identifying, and maybe some adaptations of the direction you're recommending us to consider based upon what you hear. Because I personally am not likely to go to the meetings in District 1 very often, but I would like to see how you, as the senior staff in charge of this, are understanding the information that you're learning from those meetings. So I don't know if that would make it a lot harder, but this deck is so rich in data, it's actually helping me think about what I would like to know about these citywide plan decisions as they're rolling forward, and how we can incorporate them maybe in any area that we go. But I think this is a terrific way to organize the information that I think board members need in order to make informed decisions. So thank you for that. And if you just consider it, if not, I'm interested in your summary of the 4 dilemmas that you described, and I'll put it in myself. But it would just be terrific, I think, to ensure that we're all talking from common data and common learnings from you. Would that be at all possible?
Yes,
is that
absolutely.
what you're thinking of doing? Because it's just terrific data. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yee. Any other questions or comments? My one, actually, I did remember that there was one thing I wanted to mention that, Director, you just reminded me of, was that I was thinking about your comment from last Wednesday on, Ms. Renteria was talking more about the dilemmas in each region, but kind of the macro dilemma that we're trying to solve and having a 2 or 3 sentence statement around, we know that we've been talking about quality and equity and sustainability, but really understanding what's driving this process. And I wonder, I noticed in the superintendent work plan for next year, there is, or was it next year? I think that there is some goal areas, but I think, I'm not sure if that will be the work of, I think it would be helpful for us to get crystal clear in terms of our messaging around that, so that we have a sentence or two about, well, why are we doing the Blueprint for Quality Schools work? And either it could be part of the process when we're our next retreat, when we're narrowing down the goals for each work plan, because I know the Community of Schools is now recommended to be a new goal area. But I think that would just be helpful and to have that quick elevate. I think to Director Yu's point from the last meeting, just so that there is kind of collective buy-in and also messaging around what that 2 to 3 sentence. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen these because I'm coming into it late, but I just love the way you situated how does this address quality and sustainability. So you remind us that it's always a dilemma to focus on the balance of the two because we're in fiscal crisis, but we commit to quality schools. So how does each of the scenarios that you present, balance that off and weigh it? And I think it really is provocative for us those are the kinds of discussions I think are helpful for us as board members. So you're helping, lead me in that direction. I thank you.
Superintendent Johnson Schmel.
Yes, I just wanted to say that Yvette and the team have already developed a slide deck of about 4 or 5 slides that were shared in the engagement in Director London's area. So those would be some perfect documents to bring into our board retreat, I believe August 3rd, to get feedback. And that was the intention, is to have some framing slides around the why for any recommendations coming forth. So it would be great to have some discussion around that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, so let's move on to public comment. Thank you, Ms. Renteria. Let's move on to public comment, and then I'm going to need to move this agenda along because we are already at 9:30, hoping we can finish this meeting today.
We have 7 speakers, and of those 7, I have 2 that have identified themselves as students: Isaiah Thomas, Jerry Ramirez, Jenna Penn, Stash Molesky, Lucas Brecky-Miser, Ben Tapscott, Mike Hutchinson.
Hi, maybe I put my card in wrong. I'll fix that. Megan Bumpus, Reach Academy teacher. I know that there may not be much impact in me saying this. However, I'm going to say it. I want it to be public as a way to highlight tonight's theme, which is mismanagement, brought to you by the Alameda County Grand Jury Report. But this time, really focusing on the board and these actions. It's not okay to say OUSD via Yvette Renteria as part of the official report back from the Blueprint Ad Hoc Committee on School Closures that a majority of participants on the ad hoc committee support having more resources in fewer schools, AKA school closures. That was the point that Yvette made last week. While 7 of the 11 ad hoc members who took the survey may have voted that way in favor of school closures, 4 OEA ad hoc participants declined to complete the survey because our union's position is strongly against closing our public schools. So I count 8 out of 15 ad hoc members against or neutral when it comes to concentrating more resources in fewer schools, AKA majority of the superintendent's ad hoc committee on school closures does not support school closures. Yet that data point was used at the last meeting to justify moving forward with the blueprint plan for school closures. In reading tonight, the actual blueprint for school closures ad hoc final report, I got real angry when I arrived at the final paragraph on page 2, which says, dissension. The key point of dissent was a question of whether there was a case for closing, consolidating, or merging schools at all. Most of the committee had questions about the rationale for changes and closures, to which district staff responded with the data and criteria. That is a lie. Our minority report as OEA members, official ad hoc members on the list needs to be attached to your official final report, because your report directly contradicts what our members experienced and what our union fundamentally believes based on research, as well as the district's lack of data that supports their agenda to close public schools. So with over half of the ad hoc members neutral or not supporting school closures, what is the district's next step in pausing the school closure process to carefully evaluate the potential benefits or lack thereof, and to evaluate the potential harm that could come from pushing such a critical issue forward without community support, even without the support of the majority of your own committee? How can you justify that? That was bad math that was presented last time. How can you justify that?
You're over. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mike Hutchinson. I think it's also really telling that the speaker before me was the only member of the ad hoc committee even here in attendance. So a presentation from district staff saying what the committee decided or talked about or thought isn't acceptable. Why isn't there committee members here to present? Actually, let me take that back. Why isn't the one committee member who is here being allowed to present what happened at that committee? That was a secret committee. There's no minutes or record of it. We know board members didn't attend it. So you're going to take the word of district staff, even though it's directly contradicted by other members of the committee. You know, you've been trying to push this blueprint plan and process now for 2 years. You've spent over $3 million on trying to push this. You have nothing to show for it, because your intention is to create a process that the community is going to say, yes, close our schools. And we know the community's not going to say that. Then the plans you came up with this year to move Kaiser to Sankofa just doesn't even make sense. They're not even neighboring schools. Then you tell Manzanita that you want to move one of the Manzanita schools to Fruitvale, and 2 weeks later, district staff realizes there's not even enough room in Fruitvale. So that means they didn't even check capacity of schools before they went and told people what they wanted to do. The district staff that's in charge of this process now weren't even in the district when this first started. How are they the experts? And I think it's shameful that the school board would allow an ad hoc committee to go on, and the school board has no membership on that committee. You've abdicated your responsibility to oversee our public education system. And instead of being there yourselves to guide the process, you take the word of district staff, which directly contradicts other members' experiences. So it's obvious who you believe and who you don't believe.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. If you're going to have a blueprint or a plan about how you're going to run your schools, I would hope that you look at the big picture. And the big picture is that we're a racially and class divided society. The price of homes determine the class divisions. So you do nothing, zero, to look at class, and you have in this age of data the ability to look at every single house as to its value, and you could correlate that value with the attendance in schools, and you could rejigger to the best to an ideal number of to integrate by class. And the Supreme Court, because of its conservative ways, has moved away from race as something that you can actually deal with. Although you have the responsibility, since way back in Brown versus Board, to have integrated schools. And you have never paid any attention to that issue. But if you said integration in terms of I mean, Oakland is basically, our schools are what, 70% poverty. So what you do is you have schools that are isolated and they're not that impoverished. And you might have some racial mixing going on in the schools, but you don't have class mixing. You don't care about these issues. Well, I know that's not true. You probably care about them, but you're like everybody else. You just look away, Dixieland.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Thank you.
Kim Davis, parent. Just a few things. You know, kind of to the point that Ms. Bumpus made about I think it was, 7 out of 11 members agreeing to something when it actually is 7 out of 15, which is a very different thing. And, you know, I understand what the point was. It feels very dishonest. And that's part of the problem that you all have, is that what you're doing people are always questioning because it feels very dishonest. So one thing I wanted to highlight is a conversation that happened last week about this issue and about how we're reinvesting funds in schools. It's not really about saving schools, it's about taking those funds and reinvesting them. And in particular in the Elmhurst situation, where the point was that suddenly we're going to have a ton of electives. So just looking at the budgets, you can see that they're having a ton of electives in large part because Measure G1, which is for electives in middle school, is fully funding next year. So that's the reason why you have those funds, not because you've saved a ton of money and then reinvested it. And so, you know, it's like you can't throw something up as an example of reinvestment when that money is not reinvested from what you're saving. And, you know, where are the budgets? We need the budgets that explain all of this because it doesn't make any sense. And I'm very confused and unhappy about that. But getting to North Oakland, one thing, you know, I think that, you know, I think it's great that you all are taking a step back, because I think there was never any sense in not having a big picture, a vision of what was going to happen in North Oakland. But some of the things that have to happen, one, you know, part of the problem with having Peralta overcrowded is that people walk right in front of Sankofa over to Peralta. We need to have a look at how we are designing school neighborhoods to starve some schools and feed others. And that is a huge equity issue. You all have done to Sankofa awful things over the years. And it is time for you to actually make that right and not just shuffle them around so that you can figure out what you're going to do with Glenview, with Kaiser, et cetera. There needs to be a thoughtful plan, and there is no thoughtful plan here.
Ms. Davis. All right. If there's no other public speakers, we're ready for a roll call on this item.
On the roll to adopt S-4, or better known as 19, I believe, -1449. All right. Director Torres. No. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Harris. Director Hinton Hodge. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We are on new business now. We do still have about 10 items here, as well as the reports that we did delay. Okay, so we're on item T1. This is a waiver request for a permit to certain Title I schools operate school-wide programs instead of targeted assistance programs. We have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Sandra Aguilera, as well as Ms. Gina Murphy-Garrett, Senior Budget Executive Director, to present briefly on this item and see if there's any questions by the board.
Good evening, board members. This is a request in front of you to approve Title I schools where there's at least 35% of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch and considered low-income families to operate as a school-wide program instead of a targeted assistance school program. So this allows for the school site to plan school-wide the improvement areas instead of doing only targeted approach for the students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. So lowering the threshold allows for more students to participate in this program.
Thank you for that explanation. Is there any questions by board members on that?
Yeah, so can you just give a scenario of how this might impact a school to go from targeted assistance to?
So my understanding, and I can invite our Senior Executive Director of Budget up as well, is that when you're targeted, the improvement strategies can only impact a certain group of students, and when it is school-wide, it means that the school can think of the dollars holistically and supplement existing programs. And so
can you give examples of some things that are targeted funds are used for and what they might be used for under a more broad?
So something that we could consider is a reading intervention program. So under targeted assistance, you could only impact certain identified students. And under school-wide program, you can open the program up to serve more students.
Is targeted assistance usually going to students of color?
Well, if you're equating students of color and low income, yes, and that is usually a correlated demographic fact.
Okay, so potentially those, yeah. So I'm just trying to understand if the dilution of those dollars could, negatively impact students of color. Have you guys done any analysis on that?
So when we look at the different schools that can qualify, they're able to think of the schools are like what we consider slope schools. So they wouldn't have to do only for targeted groups of students. So like a Laurel could be an example of a slope school that instead of only impacting certain groups of students, you are able to think of all of the students that are not reading at grade level to benefit from this type of school-wide approach, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve this waiver?
Sorry.
Moved by Director Hinton-Hodge.
Second.
Seconded by Director Yee. Is there any public comment on this item?
We have two, Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson.
Jim Mordecai is speaking as an individual. I would hope that you vote against this. There are people on this board that stand up and say, oh, we have to protect the low student that doesn't have the resources. So what you're going to vote for is to take resources away from them because they're targeted. So this is actually class warfare. This is, you get your marks out there and you look at it, and is that the group, we're really talking about, it correlates to poverty, and the poorer you are, the more likely you're going to be targeted. And the more likely that the larger group wants to get the money that you have. So you're going to have a winner here. You're going to have a winner, and you go on talking about equity and, oh, we're so for the poor student and protecting them. But then you vote the opposite. You vote to take money away from the, quote, targeted population. Go on. Continue your way of doing stuff.
I'm wondering, Superintendent, you were principal at one of these slope schools, Sequoia, although probably the demographics were different when you were there. But I'm just interested if you have any reflections on the distinction for you as a principal between having to use Title I funds only for the targeted students versus being able to kind of spread them out among a greater number of students, some of whom might be Title I eligible and some of whom just have low achievement scores. I don't know if you have any reflections. I'm just, yeah.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question. Is it more the pros and cons of having the funds at a school that has a higher concentration versus having the funds at a school with a smaller group?
I'm just interested in a principal's perspective on why is it so onerous to have to direct targeted funds at a smaller number of students versus being able to spread them out over a larger number of students? It's okay if
I'm not
okay,
quite.
that's fine.
I'm
Okay.
not sure I understand
Okay,
the
that's okay.
question. Because the students are going to be served regardless. It's just in terms of decision points, in terms of the distribution. I think what you often hear in some of the schools that aren't necessarily considered Title I schools because the overall population is smaller is when we look at the achievement data, oftentimes those students of color are achieving at the same rate as other quote-unquote lower performing schools. And even though there may be funds, be it PTA or others, that can provide enrichment, if those students need extra reading support or parent engagement, oftentimes there are gaps in being able to provide those services. So I don't know if that helps to answer your question.
Thank you. Are we taking public comment?
Called before, I was just waiting till that exchange happened.
Welcome. Thank you.
So the way this waiver reads, and it says, requests for the California Department of Education to permit Title I schools where at least 35% rather than 40% of the students are from low-income families to operate school-wide programs instead of targeted assistance school programs. Title I is supposed to be targeted to the students who qualify under Title I. And so what this is asking is lowering the threshold to make it school-wide instead of targeted to those students. So there has to be a reason that this is here. So the question should have been, what school does this apply to and why are we asking for this to happen? And what are going to be the financial implications at that school? There's only a couple of schools that fit within those percentage ranges. So we need some details because the issue is this is supposed to be targeted money for Title I low-income students. And when you make that targeted money school-wide, the students who this money is intended for miss out. And who this is intended for is low-income students, predominantly students of color, predominantly black students. So what schools are we talking about here, and what's the implications? And why are we, again, trying to get a waiver from a federal government requirement and a waiver that takes away targeted assistance from our neediest students? I hear a lot of people up there talk about equity all the time. Here is a real equity issue. You are voting to take away money from our neediest students in order to disperse it to everyone. That is the opposite of equity. So again, what schools does this apply to? And what are the academic and economic implications of doing this? Those should have been the questions. And if the board members would actually read through the materials before the meeting, maybe you'd be more informed.
Thank you. Board members, any further questions or discussion? Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt the T1, Director Gonzalez.
I'm going to vote no.
Director Torres. Not here. Okay. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Okay. Okay. Director Yee?
Yes.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Vice President London? You said yes? President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item T2? This is a Measure J preliminary official statement.
I will make a motion to approve it.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge.
Second.
Seconded by Director Gonzalez. We have our Deputy Chief of Facilities here if there's any questions on this item. Did you want to do an overview
No.
of, or a high level of what it is?
Well, just to say to the board that we've been discussing the drawdown, $175 million of the remaining balance of Measure J. We actually have projects in progress right now, biggest projects in 20 years, and this is probably the summer we will have the highest burn rate, large projects, new facilities, Central Kitchen, Fremont, Madison, as you know. And so the engagement of our cross-functional team, consultants, including ORIC and Bond Counsel, are actually here to answer any questions that you may have technically related to the bond drawdown itself. But we have been engaging with the board, as you know, over the last several weeks to answer any questions associated with the drawdown. And our recommendation today is to approve the item so that we can have the cash we need to continue and finish the work ascribed to Measure J.
Thank you, Mr. White. Questions by the board? Vice President London.
I just have to ask this question. It's an uncomfortable question, but we've heard many references this evening from the public to the grand jury report, and there's a lot of language in there about our bond program, and I'm wondering if you can speak to how that and related issues may impact the ability of us to get the best rate in the bond market when we go out to sell these bonds.
Actually, I do have some folks here that can probably answer that a little bit better from a financial perspective.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Makiko Sato, and I'm with ISIM Advisors. I'm the district's financial advisor, and we also have David Stimfel from Seaver, and he is part of our underwriting team. And a role of an underwriter is to market the bonds to investors, and so I'm going to have David speak to Trustee London's question.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your question. So generally speaking, there are sort of like different ranges of what could happen in the bond pricing. When you go out to the market, you're pretty much susceptible to anything that could happen. There could be a tweet from the president. There could be something that happens that's totally exogenous or something that's specific to the district. Because investors are acutely aware of a lot of the developments that have happened in the district over the past several years, particularly over the past year, they're aware that there may be reports that are similar to the grand jury report that will come out and could potentially have an impact on the price of the bond. Generally speaking, that could have an adverse consequence, but we're planning to price a couple of weeks from now, and the document's not on the street yet, so we haven't engaged with investors directly on these questions. So it's hard for me to say exactly right now what that impact could be. It's also hard for me to say that if there is an adverse impact, that it would outweigh a number of other impact or things that could happen in the market over that same time.
Thank you.
I will also add that we are working with the district to schedule investor outreach, and then that process will have an opportunity to engage with the investor, get their direct feedback, and answer any questions.
Director Yee.
I have just a curious question. The last time we authorized the bonds or we sold bonds, do you have an idea about what, say, a 10-year bond was, what was the interest rate we were receiving? Can you just, something like a benchmark, maybe a 10-year, a 20-year, or something like that?
So I don't have that information off the top of my head right now. Generally speaking, when the district issued bonds last in 2017, in August of 2017, since then rates have gone up They peaked in December of 2018, and then they went down about 100 basis points through the past 6 months. Where we stand relative to where the district was back in 2017, we can come back to you with that specific information. But off the top of my head, I don't know. But generally speaking, rates have gone up.
Right.
And they've come back
I
down.
was just wondering, are we talking about 2.5%, 3%, somewhere in that range, or more? Do you have any idea? Would you be able to?
For a 10-year bond on a tax-exempt basis, we're talking about less than that. Less than 2.5%.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Oh, Mr. White, I'm just wondering if you could state publicly just the reasons why it's the importance of us taking action on this item, what the repercussions might be if the board didn't move forward, just the importance of the timing.
Yes, ma'am. So currently, right now, we plan to go negative in our cash flow in August, September. Given the projects that we have right now, we would have difficulty in making payments, and ultimately, without this drawdown that we've been anticipating, projects would have to be stopped.
Thank you. So it'd have a direct impact on our projects. And then could you confirm this is our last drawdown of Measure J funds?
That is correct. Measure J was, as you know, a $475 million bond. Final drawdown is $175 million.
Great. Thank you, Mr. White. We'll move on to public comment on this item. If any other questions come up from the board during that time, we'll bring you all back up. Public comment on this item.
We have two speakers, Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual in terms of the bond. We talk about the drawdown of that money, but this bond started, went out, this is going on over 7 years. So what happens to the interest rate? Say, well, this is all the money we can draw down, but how much interest has the money sat there? Why some projects are like some of the schools have been 7 years and they haven't been completed. That's a lot of interest where you're sitting there waiting to expend on the project, and the projects are delayed. So it's almost the downside of the Oakland schools is you can't get things done. Hey, we're not getting things done, but in the bank, there's the money that's we're compounding. Of course, Einstein was always liked the idea about compounding. So you're messing up on the one side, on the other side, you're drawing money, but nobody's going to. So my question is, how much interest is left in your bank account?
Mike Hutchinson. This board has shown inability to budget properly and come up with a balanced budget and manage our finances. I personally find it very hard to believe that you understand monetary policy well enough to understand when would be a good time to sell our bonds. Measure J has been entirely wasted and squandered. I live in the Glenview neighborhood. We've looked at a pile of dirt in an incomplete building now for 5 years. I was critical of the Foster Kitchen project, which was touted as this great thing. Maybe it would be if it was actually done. All these projects now cost twice what they were originally budgeted for because of this board's mismanagement. This board that allowed Lance Jackson to be interim head of facilities for $30,000 a month while he was an employee of SGI. This board that's more concerned of whatever else you're looking at or eating now rather than what are the consequences of $175 million in bonds being sold. This is not free money. This is borrowing on a credit card that we're going to have to pay back. I remember the last big sale down of Measure J in 2016 or 17, when Vernon Howe, the CBO, stood here and reported that during that sell down of those bonds, it cost the district an extra $12.5 million because of our junk bond rating. And we were told we had that rating because of our financial instability. Well, we have that same instability now. So how much is this costing us? Like, there were questions there about how much the cost would be and what interest rate, and the staff couldn't answer it. It is your job as a board who pledges fiscal solvency as a concern. You would think that would be a big question to know. What's the debt service going to be on this? How much are we costing ourselves from doing this now? But you don't ask those questions because it's only $175 million.
Any other public comment on this item? Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for a roll call on this item.
Right, on the motion to adopt 1914-13, the Measure J preliminary official statement on the proposed drawdown for the bonds as stated. Director Hinton Hodge? Yes. Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres? It's gone. Okay. Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next three items come out of the Facilities Committee. I will turn it over to the chair of the Facilities Committee, which is Chairperson Vice President London.
Thank you, President Ng. So the first item we have before us is T3, item 19-1417. This is direction from the Board of Education to the 7-11 committee. The 7-11 committee has that name because under state law, if we want to declare a property surplus, we must establish a committee of no less than 7 and no more than 11 people. We did that in April. In May, I believe we approved, or maybe it was June, we approved a contract for facilitators for the process, and the facilitation team is working with our staff, and they're going to start convening with the committee in August as soon as we return from our recess. We want to provide direction to the committee, the 7-11 committee, around what properties to consider as it looks at the surplus declaration. There are some, we have a board policy in place. I want to remind us of our board policy around asset management that says that our first priority for surplus properties will be long-term leases, followed by sale of property, and there's some other things that follow from there. Staff has reported to the Facilities Committee at our June 14th meeting. Director Yee and Director Torres participated in that meeting, and they are recommending that for the first phase of properties, and the resolution that's posted should replace the word cohort with phase. I'm gonna move this item forward when I'm done here, and I'm gonna make that amendment at the same time that anywhere in the resolution that it says cohort, it should be replaced with phase. The first phase of the properties will be properties that are currently vacant. And we all have been attached to the agenda now should be maps of those sites. There are 5 sites that we're going to ask the committee to consider. The Edward Shands Adult Education Center near Eastmont Mall, the Tilden Child Development Center. If we had the screens, I would have this be projected. And there are two school sites on the Tilden property. One, and this is the lower part of the site. And there's also, as Director Yee mentioned at the last, at the Facilities Committee meeting, there's an additional space on the campus that's further up the property line that we also want to include in the surplus property declaration. The Piedmont Avenue Child Development Center at Piedmont Avenue Elementary School. I have received many, many requests from the Piedmont Avenue neighborhood that we consider leasing that, somehow entering into agreement so that the Oakland Public Library can use the Child Development Center for its library. Currently there's a portable on the library, on the school campus that is the Piedmont Avenue branch of the public library. So this is something that Councilmember Kalb is very interested in exploring with us. The Child Development Center at the Webster site, which is, I believe, in your district, Director Gonzalez. And the final one is 4 abandoned classrooms that are the Sankofa CDC. Those would be the first phase property. Oh, good. Here's the map. Yay! Thank you very much. So you can see the 5 sites that we will be giving direction around. The idea with this first phase, I just want to add finally, and then I'll be done, is that we want the committee to be successful. We've intentionally picked properties where no one's in them right now, and they have, this will give us an opportunity for, a process that hopefully will be a good one, a successful one, and will generate some revenue that I believe under state law must be directed back into our facilities program unless we're able to make certain declarations. Mr. White, have I missed anything?
Director London, I thought you did an excellent job in summarizing. I think the only context that I would add is that these properties have sat vacant for quite a while, many of them several years at a time. Some of them probably have been vacant, at least in the case of Edward Shand, since 2000 and maybe 10 or 12.
That Sankofa site is longer than that.
Yeah, and so given that reality and the fact that we actually have a great strategy around citywide plan and the evaluation of the need for K-12 sites and their locations, these sites are the sites that right now are prominent on the list in terms of being looked at for options to be surplus.
Great. So that's it.
Mr. White, can you talk about, so the Webster CDC, is that on the same lot as the Arroyo Viejo CDC?
No, it's on its own parcel.
Okay. Which one, so Webster is on the EOP campus, and then Arroyo Viejo CDC is adjacent, right?
Please don't yell out. Please don't yell out. We have maps right here that we're looking at it.
They're separate CDCs,
Okay,
is that
and
correct?
before we move forward, Chairperson London had said she would move this item. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Hinton-Hodge. Go ahead, Director Gonzalez.
So, okay, I just want to make sure that we're being planful because our early childhood programs have been growing. And so how do we know that we don't need those CDC classrooms at Webster?
So we've checked with all district departments and divisions in terms of these properties prior to presenting them to the board, and so that's a check that's already been exhausted.
Thank you.
I just wanted to piggyback off that last question because that was going to be part of my question. Is that we know that the county half-cent sales tax increase from last June did not pass. And the cities arguably didn't pass either. But I believe both the county and the city are both planning to rerun those programs for next year. So I just wanted to make sure that we would have adequate, my understanding is that there would have been about $40 to $50 million for early childhood education for Oakland alone, and some facilities costs built in. I know we have other CDCs and other properties, so just wanted to make sure that we checked with the early childhood education team that we would have adequate facility space for that level of growth should the parcel tax, those two items pass next year. I think they're planning on rerunning it in 2020.
Yeah, we did have discussions around that, knowing that this initiative was coming down the pipeline. And as we said, those CDCs had been closed for quite a while. I think in some cases, maybe prior to me leaving the district, there was some a loss of funds in CDC and maybe even loss of enrollment at that time. Obviously, that's coming back. But as we said to the question of Director London, we did touch base extensively with the Child Development Office and their projections for the future, and verified that these sites are sites that would not be needed.
And if I might, President Ng, what I think Mr. White is implying but not saying real explicitly is that there would be a significant investment in our part to even bring some of these facilities back up to the standards they would need to be at to have children in them. I believe that's what he's saying.
Yeah, actually, I was saying is I've talked to Christy Anderson to be more explicit that they have no need for those particular school sites for that program.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Director Yee.
I just wanted to assuming we adopt this, can you give us a brief timeline of what you think the 7-Eleven committee and the decision-making process would occur?
As I think we heard someone say a little bit earlier, we anticipate the first meeting to be in August, and we think it'll be about a 4-month process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I had just a couple comments too. I think it might have come up at the facility meeting. On the Tilden CDC, I know that is a site the city is also very interested in having discussions about because of, they have just built us, I think, with satellite housing, affordable housing unit right next door. And so they had, there was outreach by the District 4 City Council person inquiring what was happening at the Tilden CDC site. So just want to make sure that that folks are aware about that potential collaboration also with the city. And then I wanted to, I guess this would come back in September. I just wanted to make sure that we're integrating an update of the 7-Eleven because there is a lot of overlap and the city has a lot of interest, that the city is either engaged at some point of the process, and as well as an update at the Ed Partnership Committee. I know that they've expressed a lot of interest in this area, but because of the timing of the Ed Partnership Committees, we haven't been able to fully brief the city council members on what properties we're looking at and identifying.
In this case, since the properties are going to go through this process, we're not saying that the properties won't or couldn't be made available to the city in this case of this one particular property or anyone else who's expressed a desire or an interest in acquiring the property for alternative use. But we would like the process to be adhered to so that ultimately, however we decide to use the property to repurpose it, it goes through the 7-Eleven process and we get an opportunity to understand the value of the property and make decisions around the revenue that property could actually bring in.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions, Director, Vice President London?
Just one last thought. So I do support what you just said, and I believe that every property, including one where there might be an indicated interest or preference, should be evaluated against other potential uses. And I would hope that one of those uses would be workforce housing.
Other questions? All right, Mr. Rakestraw, or public comment? Have we done public comment on this yet? Public comment on this item. Thank you, Mr. White. Public comment on this item.
We have one, Mike Hutchinson.
Oh, looks like we have Mr. Mordecai too.
card in.
That's all right. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. One of my understandings, I think, is that under AB 1840, you don't have to sell these to a charter school, and so that makes it a different sort of thing. Since there's so many CDCs involved, that bothers me is that the sense that there's such a need in this whole nation for early childhood education and making that available, and so it's just there's I guess a sadness there that they had to be abandoned. Don't have time to go into the history of why that happened, but I find that sad.
Mike Hutchinson, I can go into the history of the CDCs. They were closed by the state administrator when we had no local control. And so you allow the state to come in and close these things. We as a community didn't want them closed. And I actually thought we were moving towards universal TK and universal kindergarten and pre-K. Wouldn't these buildings be needed in an expansion of those programs in OUSD, which has been everyone's stated goal, including the governor? Now, these 5 properties, Edward Shands is its own thing, the adult ed program, another program that was closed by the state administrator when we were disenfranchised. But these other 4 properties are CDCs. These are contained on our school campuses. And this is how crazy this plan is. You've been telling for months the families at Kaiser that you were going to merge them into Sankofa to support that school. But at the same time, you want to sell a parcel of the Sankofa campus. These are not separate properties. The CDCs are contained on our school campuses. We have never had a process, and I've never even heard of, parceling off part of a functioning school campus in order to develop it. Do you want a development going on at the campus your kids go to school at? This is insanity. So that's the Sankofa campus. I wonder how families would feel if they really feel like you're interested in supporting Sankofa when you're actually interested in parceling off part of the property. The Madison Park CDC, in the consent report today, you just approved $200,000 to build new portables at Madison Park. So obviously we need more space there. So why at the same time are you talking about parceling off part of their campus to sell it? Those two things intellectually are incompatible. You need to build more space and capacity while at the same time you're selling the land. We're going to stop the 7-Eleven committee just like we did years ago. There's no way you surplus our property. And instead of working on these plans that make no sense, if you just partnered with the community, maybe we could come up with something.
Thank you.
Lastly, photos. And these for reports for talking about surplusing our property, any 3rd grader can pull these off of Google Maps. This is insulting.
Thank you.
I'm Davis. I just wanted to reiterate the issue, and I mentioned this at the facilities meeting last week, that it does seem that targeting CDCs, as their, I guess it's the low-hanging fruit. I'm not sure why, but at a time when the governor has indicated huge support for early childhood education, and also proposing a $13 billion state bond for state construction, and carved out of that specifically is something for upgrading facilities for early childhood education. So to Director London's point that, some of these may not be in condition right now, it may be something that we could utilize bond funds to actually upgrade. And then finally, just specifically about the Sankofa site, I think I raised this before, that Sankofa, in the event you were to go ahead with a Kaiser-Sankofa merger, we know that there's not actually enough space at Sankofa to house both campuses. So either you're going to have to figure out how to get rid of some students, or in the proposal that Ms. Renteria gave to the Peralta community last night, she mentioned that got to put portables back. We just took the portables off that campus, going to put portables back in order to accomplish this goal. So maybe thinking about how we might utilize the entire campus, including the CDC, as opposed to putting portables on the campus that we just removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for a roll call on this item.
On T3, Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Harris, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion's adopted. Madam Chair, we need a motion to extend.
Is there a motion to extend this last regular meeting
Move
of
to
the
extend the
year?
meeting to 11:30.
Second.
All right. We do have a number of items.
Without objection. It's so recorded.
Well, that seems quite optimistic. I'm usually the optimistic person, but that is quite optimistic, unfortunately. All right, so we are now at T4. This item is also brought forward by The Facilities Committee, T4 and T5, I believe, go together. This is a non-voting item, but it is a discussion.
There actually is
where
an
there is
opportunity
direction.
for the board to
Okay.
provide direction after we have
Got it.
discussion. It's
All
there-
right,
there is
turning
an
this over to
opportunity.
Vice President London.
Yes, so Director Hinton Hodge, thank you again for in May providing us with a very clear request for the board to give direction around whether we should move forward with a bond. We discussed this at the Facilities Committee and we just heard from Mr. White that we are about to sell the last tranche of our Measure J bonds. At that point, our program will be out of money. And so we discussed this at the Facilities Committee on June 14th, and we realized that we would like the bond to actually discuss, the board to discuss, excuse me, it's late, whether we want staff to explore moving forward with a bond for next year in either March or November. So what I want to tee up for us is, do we want to hear back from staff about what would be involved? What does the polling look like? If we were to, direct staff to go out and do the polling and bring back to us information about what the public feels about us moving forward with the bond, the issues that we need to be considering, and then are we better advised to proceed with the March or November 2020 ballot? Those would be the issues that we would consider if we want more information. At this point, what we're directing staff to do is give us more information about whether to proceed. I hope I was clear.
So we're having a discussion, and then we will provide, based on the discussion, we'll provide direction, but we're not necessarily answering these questions that are listed in the agenda.
Well, we are not going to say right now, yes, we're going forward with a bond, because there's a lot of information that we need before we do that, but we need to give staff direction to actually go out and get that information. That's what we're discussing.
Got it.
Do we even want to have that level of exploration?
Okay, thank you. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, Director London. I am supportive of at least finding out what the community feels about us moving forward. So I would support for both of these items having staff do some exploratory research.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Other comments by the board or Facilities Committee? Director Yee? Are folks awake here?
Yeah.
Are folks awake? This is our final stretch here.
Well, the Facilities Committee really wanted to get consensus among the entire board about this, because even though these two particular items are exploratory, without the actual information, we would have a difficult time moving forward. And if, in fact, the recommendation was for March, we're actually quite late. But this would be the last time we have an opportunity to actually gain information for our August meeting. So I'm in support of it as well.
Other comments? So I just want to recognize the timing of this discussion is quite awkward given the grand jury report that just came out. But what I'm hearing is this is an obligation to proceed. It's just more of a discussion of whether or not we would like to explore. So I personally do not think March 2020 is realistic at all. I actually would like us to focus our effort. I would be more inclined to focus our effort on November 2020 at this point, because we still have the facilities master plan that needs to be updated. There's just a lot of items that are still needing to be completed. And so personally, I'm more inclined to support a November 2020. I also think a parcel tax at this point, that where we're also trying to rebuild trust and build in, new accountability measures with the new facilities bond, is a bit of a stretch for me personally right now. Although I'm open to us exploring what the public thinks through polling. For me personally, I'm not totally on board with the parcel tax accompanying the bond, but I do, just given the amount of need that our students, need in their school buildings, I do believe that we we owe it to our students to explore the feasibility of a bond for 2020.
On the issue of the parcel tax, Director, President Ng, I would just say that one of my few regrets, there's a lot to think about in the amount of time I've been on this board, but one of the things that I am very sorry that I didn't push harder on was when we were going out to renew Measure J, that I didn't push us around this idea of a parcel tax to accompany the bond. And so one of the things that I would want staff to report back to us on is other districts have done this, and I don't think it's a large parcel tax. I would just like to get more information about it, understand how it might help us, you know, et cetera. So that's why I would like to at least explore it rather than just write it off without even looking at it.
Thank you for that exploration. I read that explanation. Director Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I would just echo the point about November. I think that's just going to be way more realistic, given where we are at in the master facilities planning process and other sorts of things. And for me, this is all exploratory, and it's just information. So what we do with the information once we have it is, that's a consideration for another day. Right now, the consideration is, are we willing to get the information? And I'm willing to get the information.
Director Hinton-Hodge or Director Harris, do you have any thoughts? What I heard Director Yee say is that he's curious what the thoughts are for non-facilities committee members.
Well, I mean, should the motion be to hire a pollster? I mean, I don't really understand the motion, because they would have to come back and say, we need the board to release funds to hire a pollster. So we can tell staff to go explore, but they're just going to have to come back to us and say, we need money to hire a pollster. So I think we need a motion to hire a pollster.
Director Harris, my understanding is that staff are allowed to engage contracts under a certain amount, and then they have to come to us for ratification.
Not for a bond, as far as I understand.
Could we get some clarification, Superintendent? My understanding is that expenses under a certain threshold, staff are allowed to engage in. We can ratify. We must ratify later.
That is correct, but let me check with legal in terms of if there's specific differences, being that this is for the bond and not just for the regular kind of instructional management of the district.
Mr. White, do you have some comments
Just,
to share also?
yeah, and I don't know if it can provide the necessary clarity to satisfy the board, but I think Director Harris's comments about the need to supplement staff are correct. That ultimately, to make a decision about the election and provide some advice to the board, what we've done in the past is hire pre-election campaign services, and typically those are paid for not out of the campaign funds. The district is eligible to pay for those services, and they're not very expensive. But the pre-campaign consulting services and the polling services give you the body of information that Director Harris and Director London, I think, were talking about in terms of giving you the information that you need to be able to make an intelligent decision about those items, the when, the how much, and some of the other elements in terms of the environment politically that we would be asking for the money in. So it would be very beneficial to have the authorization to go out and secure those services.
So to Director Harris's point, question, I just want to be clear on what the motion is. So we are.
There is no motion.
So there is no motion,
There-
or what
there
the
is no
ask
motion.
is. Sorry, what the ask is from the facilities committee. So what I'm hearing is that the staff exploration, it'd be both authorizing staff to both explore, including engaging in a conversation with pollsters that would be under the ratification amount.
Go ahead, Director Yee.
I was just going to say, it's my recollection that the amount of money is small enough to be under the discretion of the superintendent. and staff. But we are now providing the sense of the board as to whether or not this would be a good discretionary thing. I don't believe we have to vote on the approval of the money itself because of a relatively small amount. But we have to communicate to Mr. White and the superintendent that this is the general consensus of the board to conduct
the last two parcel taxes we ran, I was not here for that. There was an item on both agendas to hire a pollster and do exploratory. The staff cannot put a parcel tax or a bond on a ballot. Only this board can. So nobody in the school district except the school board can do this. So in order to enact a poll, in order to enact a bond, it requires the authorization of the board. Monies to be from the district for the purpose of entertaining a bond have to be authorized by the board. So I'm not understanding why we would say to staff, go out and spend discretionary funds, don't be public about the pollster you're going to hire, don't be public about the process, do that and then come back to us. The whole part of this is to be transparent about the amount of money that we're spending. So that's how we've done it in the past. Those are the items probably on the agenda in 2014 and 2016. But I think, I don't know that we're ready to have this conversation if we didn't know that.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hinhaj.
So I brought forward new legislative matter. That was very clear. So I don't know if you read the memo or didn't read the memo, but it was a direction to move us forward around looking at and exploring whether or not we're going to do it. We decided a year and a half ago, when we knew that Measure J was going to expire in this moment, that we weren't going to do it because 5 people in the community said we shouldn't do it. We are at a point right now where we need to have the staff of the organization, the strategic thinkers of this organization, the superintendent and the director of facilities, to look at our vast amount of properties, look at the assets that we have, and begin to think about, remember the $10 million, $20 million that we need to be thinking about? We need to be able to leverage dollars. So I'm not really sure what the energy is around, yes, let's not talk about transparency. I mean, this board started to meet with people. Didn't meet with anyone in District 3. So it's staff's responsibility to do this work. And it's going through a legislative process to ask that to happen. So I'm not really sure, what this dynamic has got to be around fighting with staff, because I'm not for it. They are the ones who have to do this particular work, as far as I'm concerned. The superintendent and the director of facilities need to be in lockstep to do this work. So I want to make a motion that they will be able to move forward and present and find a pollster and come back and do that. We took weeks to decide not to do a pollster. Right? Shanti was with me, people were with me, we were all together, and then all of a sudden people went to cocktail parties and we didn't want to do it anymore.
I'm going to second your motion.
Thank you.
And I believe the motion is not in order. It's not noticed to the public that you were going to do this at all. The way the phrase is written on the agenda is, first, a threshold question that came out of the Facilities Committee was one, ask the board, do you wish to do either a bond or a parcel tax? And if yes, then you would give instructions to the superintendent to come back with the preparatory work necessary to do what Director Harris has said is the proper procedure.
So President Ng, can this be noticed as a board adoption item for Tuesday night?
It was my hope that we could provide the direction. We are not right now directing anything be placed on the ballot. All we are doing is saying, let's gather the information and then have the discussion. So I would, what I heard.
I certainly think you can give instructions to the superintendent without doing it through a formal vote that's not noticed.
So what I heard through a sense of the board, what I heard from most of my colleagues was that there is definitely an interest in gathering the information that we would need to determine whether to put something on the ballot. Did I hear that correctly? Does anyone disagree?
Yes.
Great, we're done. That's that would be item T4, and the same thing would apply to item T5. Colleagues, is there interest in exploring?
Madam
We have to
President?
take public comment on
Madam
T4
President,
Sir,
first.
excuse me, take
Public comment for T4.
We have Mike Hutchinson, Jim Mordecai.
Are they still here?
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. First of all, just a historical perspective for being a very old person, and can remember this was a town run by Republicans. And when you had the white flight, because we talk about East Oakland was working class white, and many of them had rednecks. And what happened was then when all that color fled town, what happened was that there was no bonds to ever get passed. Bond after bond failed until Marcus Foster came in. And Marcus Foster went around and did this personal appeal to the power structure in the city. And the key difference, and it was a real close victory, was that he went to the Bishop of Oakland and said, I don't expect you to support me, but don't put in the paper vote no. And the bishop, because of a personal relationship that established, didn't. And at least that's what Bob Blackburn told me, and I believe that's the way it happened. So you don't understand. Years and years went by where you didn't get any. That's why there was so much need for improving the structure. And these are years later, and it's continuing. But you didn't have this. So that's just the historical perspective of what you're up against. Now, the thing that bothers me is I don't like the way you spend the money, because I don't think that, and I raise that, and I'm troubled by that. I want you to succeed, but at the same time, you can't have business as usual. You're gonna have to be upfront and tell the people how you're gonna spend it, and just spend it on what you say you're gonna spend it.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
That's so important.
Mike Hutchinson, again, referencing the grand jury report that came out this week that really focused on the mismanagement of the Measure J bond and the projects. And a lot of that mismanagement is the board voting to reprioritize those projects time after time after time. I'm not sure if the board members have ever read the legislation for Measure J, which clearly detailed which projects were supposed to be included and paid for out of that money. That list was developed from the master's facilities plan that the community participated in creating for almost a year. So the priorities in Measure J were developed from the community and reflected the community's priorities. Wow. Some of us sat here all night, so it's really disrespectful to talk while I'm speaking. I mean, you're eating on top of it, but that's just completely disrespectful. I'm used to it at this point, but wow. So we don't have a list of projects that this is supposed to address. The community has not been involved with these decisions to go for a new facilities bond. And the community clearly does not trust the financial decisions of the board right now. This probably won't pass at this point because we don't have faith in you, just like the Children's Initiative failed last year. So instead of doing it this way, and instead of dedicating money, because it costs money, every discussion you have, every time you ask staff to do work on this, every consultant you hire costs money. Why don't you slow down and actually ask the community what we want? And we create a process to together create a master's facilities plan, not that Jacobs plan, which is not a master's facilities plan. And we could come up with a list with our prioritized needs that the community would be involved with, then the community will buy in, and the community will help get this passed. But if you do it without us, then we're going to stand in opposition, and it won't happen. And until you clean up your financial house, don't come back to the community asking for more of our money when you don't even listen to us.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Kim Davis. I think that there's no question that, you know, we need a bond. I think that most people would agree with that, that there is a great need. Our children deserve better. And the thing that's standing in between their getting a bond and or they're being in, you know, in schools that are in substandard condition and getting a bond to actually upgrade it is the grand jury report, the lack of trust, and the folks that are on this board. So if you care about what happens to kids in Oakland, I think that you need to consider that you either don't ask for the bond because we don't trust you, or you step down. And I don't have any confidence that you're going to do the right thing, but I do hope that when you go out for or have this polling and do all of these things that you're going to do to determine whether there's a stomach for giving you all more money to spend or not. I do hope that you're honest. You're honest in your polling. You actually ask questions that lay out the issues that you're concerned about. You know that people don't trust you. You believe that to be true. So you need to let them know that you know that, and be honest that the reason why you're seeking this polling in this is to make sure that that they're going to vote for it. And if you are hiding information in your polling, you may not get the responses that you need to get. So you need to let people know that you delayed projects so long that we lost $150 million or $175 million in Measure J funds as a result of those delays. And if people are still willing to give you a bond, so be it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jabari Herbert. I guess for the last 2 years, I've been asking this board for some leadership and to take a conversation and move forward with it. Peralta Community College, in spite of their history in contracting, got an $800 million bond passed last year. I was sort of screaming at the turning blue to try to implore you guys to get on the ballot last year. You know, you're missing the opportunity for March, and you pretty soon will miss it for November. The previous speaker, I agree with her. The kids deserve to be in earthquake-safe facilities without concern about lead in the water. You guys have to push this thing forward. Do the survey and let the public come back and see how they are willing to support this. In the case of Peralta, it was with the priority of local hiring. That was done last year with a 78% success passing rate. So a lot of the things that were brought up in the grand jury report doesn't reflect the opinions and the way voters vote. So, do what's expected from a leadership standpoint, push this conversation forward, do the survey, and come back and put this on the ballot. The kids deserve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I just want to reiterate I just want to hear what next steps would be for this, because even with if staff is going to be engaging with pollsters, are they consulting with board members? Don't they have to also discuss with political consultants what type of language we should be looking for? So
That's a question for Mr. White and the superintendent about what they consider to be their next steps.
What do you think is the next step based on this motion? Because I do think that there is just some tighter clarity around next steps and when this will come back to the board.
Well, I think that the way we've done it in the past, and that may have been for 3 separate bond measures and maybe 2 parcel taxes, at least in my experience, is that we did bring a bond consultant on board. And in some cases, the bond consultant and the pollster were a team. In some cases, they were individually retained. And prior to a decision around the size of the bond, the timing of the bond, prior to a decision about the projects of the bond, we would get those services aboard, and over a period of time, maybe a month or 2, they would engage in the poll and engage in the inquiry around the consulting services to give us some insight into what other initiatives may be on the political horizon that the voters may have as a competing initiative, and then make recommendations around the timing. And so for us, we believe that obviously the grand jury report was something we hadn't anticipated coming out as we brought this item forward. But nonetheless, even with the grand jury report, we're still in the same situation that ultimately for us to go forward and continue our process of improvement in facilities and other things, we have to have a general obligation bond. And so the recommendation would be not to lose the entire summer, even though the climate is as it is, and to give us the authority to get you the information that you can use to inform a decision around when and how to pursue a general obligation bond, and possibly as well a parcel tax.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez.
So how are board members going to be engaged around the questions that the pollster will be, assuming you're hiring a pollster, how will we be engaged in that?
If we were able to bring them on over the summer period, we could reach out to you guys and individually or 2 by 2s, and
okay,
and obviously
that's important to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if I'm hearing it correctly, there has been an indication by the majority of folks up here that we would like you to proceed with the exploratory work. You and the superintendent will take the steps to retain a political consultant and a pollster. You will give board members an opportunity to provide feedback on the polling questions before you proceed with them, and you will be reporting back to us. It will probably come to the facilities committee and then come back to the board.
Yes, ma'am. In August, most likely.
Yes. Okay. Does that answer your questions, President Ng?
Yes, so because I just want to make sure, because there was some hesitation and questions by some board members about just being very clear around what we're asking and what we're voting on, or we're not voting, but what we're providing direction on. So it sounds like pretty soon excuse me, that the staff will do their exploratory work over the summer, but in August, we will likely have this conversation again at the board meeting after it goes to facilities committee, and have more discussion based on what we have seen. Likely the second meeting in August.
Yes.
Okay.
So can we now I believe that item T5, which is the similar discussion for a parcel tax, we've already had the discussion, but you probably need to take public comment.
Okay, public comment on T5. T5 is the parcel tax.
This is whether we should similarly gather information about placing a parcel tax on one of the ballots for next year. The parcel tax would accompany and be directly linked to a general obligation bond.
We have 2 speakers, Mike Hutchinson, Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, as a property owner, has to pay for the parcel tax. This board has late had a parcel tax. It should be before this one is put on, and that's one to pay off the debt, because you'll make money off of that. The parcel tax you're gonna put out here, you're not gonna, because you would reduce the amount of interest you have to pay, and it's And it's not such an extraordinary amount at this point in time that you don't pay it off. Forget Sacramento going ahead and come in. They never were going to do it. Wasn't ever going to happen. So that was sort of like why you never really did that. It's in your capacity. So I know I'm not addressing this particular parcel tax. I'm saying first pay off the state debt and generate the money you will be saving.
Thank you, Mordecai.
Mike Hutchinson. After all the things that were in this agenda, I think having first a proposed bond and now a proposed parcel tax really highlights the mismanagement that's going on. We've had 3 years of budget cuts, budgets that started off in surplus, that ended the year in deficit, surprise numbers at the closing of the books, rolling mid-year cuts. And we just had this grand jury report, which specifically cites the financial mismanagement of the district staff led by the school board. It puts the blame squarely on the dais. We also know how much state funding to OUSD has gone up since 2013. According to the Legislative Analyst Office in Sacramento, state funding to OUSD is up 46% since 2013. And over the same time, we don't have declining enrollment. We have more students than we had in 2013. It's disingenuous to compare enrollment now to 20 years ago. So given all of that, we still find ourselves in a fiscal crisis. We still owe money all over the place. We never even got an explanation this year on the $60 million rise in expenditures. Now, you want to put a bond and a parcel tax for buildings and grounds, which is actually our board's responsibility to fund out of the money we get from the state. You've shown no ability to budget at all, and you have the nerve to propose coming back to the community and asking for more money? Now, a parcel tax at a time when we have an extreme affordability crisis in housing, a parcel tax would just add to that problem. So it really looks like your solution to the financial problems that you created is to come to us in Oakland and ask for more of our money in order to get out of the hole. We have a different vision, and if you can't figure it out with a piece of paper and a pencil, we got lots of people who are strong in arithmetic. This won't work.
Thank you. So we are now on item T6 and T7. This is coming out of the Legislative Task Force. I will turn this over to Director London, who can present on this item. The first is not a voting item. The second is.
Yeah,
Director London.
thank you. Item T6 is just an update on the bills that we have previously adopted. There's no discussion needed. My recommendation would be we move right to public comment.
Okay, public comment on item T6.
We have one, actually, Mike Hutchinson.
So I think all I want to say about this right now is again, the agenda that you created tonight is the longest agenda I've ever seen. I've never even had the opportunity to sign up to speak on this many items. Like was stated in the grand jury report, this is not a good way to do business, no matter how you might feel about these items. Look at who's here now. The TV screens haven't been working the whole night here. I wonder what's going out to the community and what's going to be on the video. Like, you don't even engage with the community. And when we do try to engage with you, you sure don't listen. You're disrespectful to people who come and speak here. I'm used to the personal disrespect, but it's very offensive to see how you treat other people who come here.
President Ng, can we ask the speaker if he has a comment on the legislative report?
So I've been sitting here for however many hours tonight speaking on every item because I was well prepared, and now you want to cut me off? I wish you would have answered one of the questions that I asked before. That's exactly, the disrespect I was just mentioning. Thank you for giving another example of it. I can give something on the legislative report. I wish you would get involved with 1505, which is right now in the state Senate, and we're having problems getting it through the state Senate Education Committee. I'm going to be in Sacramento on July 10th. It would be nice if you actually worked with the community on the bills that you say you support. A lot of us have been doing a lot of work on it, but all you seem capable of doing is voting whether you support it or not and thinking you can just wash your hands of it and that's good enough. What actions have you taken in preparation of any of these bills passing? Because it seems like you're still business as usual. And you can't out of one side of your mouth say you're in favor of 1505 and local control, and out of the other side of your mouth keep giving away our school sites to charter schools. So I'm very capable of speaking on any issue. I wish you were as well informed as I am.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Is there any questions by the board? Otherwise, we'll move on to item T7. All right, let's move on to item T7.
Thank you, President Ng.
Is there a motion to adopt item T7?
I would like to make a motion to adopt item T7. This would be a position of support if amended for Assembly Bill 967.
Second.
I thought it was.
No, that was a, it's basically, this bill would require the authorizing agent, the local education authority that, or agency that authorizes a charter school to also review and approve the local control and accountability plan. And there's no provision in the bill to help cover the costs for the LEA of doing that. And given the large number of charter schools in our district, we believe that that would be an undue burden on our staff, and we therefore would like to convey to the legislature, and particularly our delegation and the authors, that we cannot support this unless it's amended to cover those costs. We view it otherwise as an unfunded mandate.
Thank you. I didn't hear the if amended part. I understand now. Questions by board members? Vice President London made the motion. Is there a second?
I already seconded.
Director Gonzalez seconded. Yeah.
So in general, I think that authorizers should be reading and giving feedback, but we need resources to do that. So that's my concern here. If the legislature were to provide the resources for us to staff up to do this, then I would be supportive. In the meantime, I don't think that we can take this on right now.
Thank you. Public comment on this item.
We have one, Jim Mordecai.
Mr. Mordecai, do you want to speak on this item? This is item T7. It's a supportive amended item for AB 967.
Yeah, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I was just kind of confused. If it's amended and it's an advantage to the district, you want to vote for it? And that's the basic essence of.
Yes, otherwise we view it as an unfunded mandate because they're asking us to take on quite a large burden without providing us with any funding to do it.
No, I understand. So the state has more than just this unfinanced mandate. Yes. Okay. I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's it,
Okay.
Director President Ng.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please? Director Hinhodge.
So I'm opposed to all the anti-charter legislation, and so I find it ironic that this is the moment where you could have more accountability, you could be more engaged as an authorizer, and you're like, we don't want to do it because it costs too much. So it just again, it kind of reeks of the lack of like really thinking about how we have systems that really don't serve all students, and when we look at opportunities for choice, we again choose towards what's convenient for us.
Any other comments by board members? Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for a roll call. Thank you.
On the roll call to adopt T7, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Yee?
I'm sorry.
You were the one looking at it yourself.
We are on 1495?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I lost track of purpose of it. I'll just abstain right now.
Thank you.
This is the one that cost you.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
But I forgot.
Director Torres? Vice President London?
Yes.
And President Ng?
Yes.
The motion is adopted. Madam President, before we proceed, I just want to put something in the record. The reason that the agenda items are not being displayed on the monitors in this room is that the equipment failed, and it takes approximately 2 months to get it replaced. And so we expect to have it replaced over the summer and be functional at the first meeting in August.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Is there a motion to approve item T8? This is the application for provisional internship permits.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President London, seconded by Director Gonzalez.
I have a comment.
Director Hinaj.
So these are people that we're giving provisional internship permits, and many of them are working in schools where there are a high number of free and reduced lunch students or students of color, and they're across the board around CDCs and early childhood. So I just want to note that, especially when we tend to point out other schools that have teachers with provisional internships, and we're doing 10 of them tonight on the last day of the business day.
Thank you for that note. Public comment on this item.
There are none.
Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the motion to adopt item T.-8, Director Yee. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Harris? Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item T9? This is the application for a variable term program
Move
waiver.
adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director
Second.
Yee. Is there public comment on this item?
There are none.
Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
Okay. Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Harris? Director Hinton Hodge? Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt item T10? This is the variable term program waiver. What is the difference between, for named employees 2019-2020? Moved by Director Torres.
Second.
Seconded by Director Gonzalez. Is there public comment on this item?
There are none.
Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
Okay. Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Torres? Director Harris? Director E?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
And President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're moving on to item T11. Is there a motion to approve the letter of intent for services for new leaders?
So moved.
Moved by Director Yee. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Harris. So we have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Sandra Aguilera, who is going to explain this item for the board.
Evening, board members. This letter of intent is for the organization New Leaders to fundraise on our behalf to provide professional development for a network of principals. The focus would be on Network 3, which is our elementary K-8 network of schools. This provides New Leaders the permission to fundraise for positions that will support Network 3 to improve the outcomes for students through principal professional learning. It will focus on data-driven instruction and provide structures for principals to engage with their instructional teacher leaders and other teacher leaders on their campus to improve instruction. There's no financial commitment from OUSD to new leaders. It is giving them permission to fundraise on our behalf to pay for these activities. So that is the extent of the letter of intent.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Is that Director Yee? Is that a
No, I'm very enthusiastic to support this. I believe it's got, the New Leaders Program has actually had widespread support among many of our successful principals, and that Dr. Aguilar supports this is good enough for me.
Director Gonzalez.
I don't have a question. I just have an ongoing concern about how we continue to rely on outside organizations to do professional development rather than building that capacity in-house. So I'll be voting no. And colleagues, I just want to remind us that we just had a conversation about this at the retreat, about how much we rely on outside consultants to solve problems as opposed to building our own capacity to do things in-house.
Thank you. Mr. Rakeshaw, can we, oh, actually, we have a public comment on this item. Thank you.
Yes, we have two, Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. Again, I wonder if board members read through this, because this letter of intent is a commitment for OUSD to jointly fundraise $8 million plus to then pay new schools to come in and train our leaders and principals. Now, beyond the fact that New Leaders is also funded by Walton and Gates and Director Hinton Hodges, same benefactors, and if she wants to laugh, she's welcome to go look it up on Google like the rest of us do, because this information is easily accessible. And so why are we committing to raise $8 million over the next 3 years to pay an outside agency to train our leaders? I just thought we were having a discussion about the spending cuts we were making and how we're strapped for finances. So why are we committing to raise money for this other program? If OUSD has the capacity to be able to raise $8 million over the next 3 years, there's some schools that could really use that money, the schools that you've cut that money from. And to bury this at the very end of this agenda, at the very last meeting of the year, to make a commitment of $8 million that extends off into the future, why is this necessary now? And what is New Leaders going to teach our principals that we can't teach them? And why are we going to trust people who are from outside of Oakland to train the leaders of Oakland? It really shows where your priorities are. You know, again, I'm used to the disrespect, that's fine. But it shows where your priorities are, that you'd rather raise $8 million to bring in outsiders than put that $8 million into our schools. At the same meeting where you just approved the budget of cutting $3 million from our school sites.
Jim Mordecai is speaking as an individual. I endorse everything that was just said. The troublesome part philosophically, the new schools and type of, I have problems with their way, their philosophies or whatever. But irregardless of that, there's this indication, oh, in the future, we're going to provide money for you. So it's like, you know, a siren. Oh, we're going to get some money. And then, and it doesn't, you know, usually in the item it says how much it's going to cost. There's no bottom line there. No, there is no bottom line, because how much money they're going to really end up providing is not really clear. There's no contract to that, but it's sort of like seducing you in, and then you're going to make this contract. So this is your finances are a mess. This is the way Fuller Brush man back in the Depression had to get his foot in the door so he could give this is the Fuller Brush man sticking his foot in the door and not letting you close on it. Say no. Just say no.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Director Yee.
Contrary to some of the comments, these are our principals and our leaders requesting this network professional development.
Thank you, Director Yee. I will say, if there's no other comments, I just did want to comment about the price. When I saw $8 million, I felt that was really significant too. I did follow up with staff and learned that it is not a financial obligation, as was stated by Dr. Aguilera, from our financial commitment from our institution. New Leaders has already started fundraising and identified funds for the next year, and it's a commitment towards continuing that work, but there is not a financial obligation on our district. Otherwise, I would not feel comfortable approving that level of financial commitment over a 3-year period at this time. Vice President London.
I have a question, I believe, for Dr. Aguilera. If we're going to go out and raise this money, I think the speakers raised some really good points about this is a lot of money to raise, that if we're going to raise it, I can think of a lot. I agree that investing in our leaders is important, and there are many other important priorities. What kind of commitment are we going to get from them that if we provide them with this training, they're going to stick around? Is there I would like to see us somehow structure this in a way where if we make an investment in our staff, that they're going to stay with us for some period of time.
You're asking if we can mandate our staff to stay on with us
if they
for a certain amount
participate
of
in
time?
this training, yes.
There is no way for us to tell staff that they cannot resign if they do not want to stay on with Oakland Unified School District.
I believe that we have secured similar agreements in the past when we send facility staff to project manager training. It's something I have concerns about making an investment like this without getting an agreement from the person that they're gonna stay for some, that we're gonna be able to reap the benefits of them getting this training. So I would, maybe that's something we need to explore in our bargaining agreement or something when we get into that. But that, to me, that would be important in an agreement like this.
Could you clarify when it's jointly fundraised? My understanding was that New Leaders has already identified some funds, and that they're going to take the bulk of the fundraising efforts, and so.
That is my understanding of the joint fundraising clause within this agreement. They will fundraise on our behalf.
Thank you. Director Yee?
Just ready to.
Okay, you're just always eager to. Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to adopt T11, T.-11. Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
No.
Director Torres?
No.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Vice President London?
No.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. So at this time, we have to go back to the 3 reports that we tabled earlier in the agenda. This is back in item K, L, and M. So there are no student board members here for a report today. For the president's report, I just wanted to acknowledge that this has been a long and challenging year for the district and for all of us. This is our last board meeting of this fiscal year. I did want to also acknowledge that we are aware of the Alameda County Grand Jury report that has been referenced several times tonight. The next steps for that report will be that we will review the report. We're going to prepare a formal response within 90 days. We will agendize it for discussion in likely late August when we return and have a draft of a report ready. And just coming out of it, intense few years during which we wrestled the fiscal stresses, including the mid-year budget cuts and employee strike. We know that the report raises important questions and that many of the issues are familiar, but that we will also need to face the report and these issues head-on and really understand how we're going to work on solutions to improve how we operate as a district. And so that is the work ahead of us the next few months, and there's already been several items that have been discussed in terms of ways that we are already looking at solutions about how to shift culture and address the accountability within our district. As I also mentioned before earlier today, the Board of Education is on recess in July, historically. We will be, for a few items, we will be having a special meeting on Tuesday, July 2nd, in the committee room upstairs to address some important issues. Mostly it will be closed session, but we will hopefully also have a tentative agreement contract at that time to vote on for SEIU 10-1. That is my report for this evening. I will turn it to the superintendent to provide her remarks.
Good evening. I know it's late, so I'm going to do a truncated version of the presentation. And this was the last central office redesign update. And so for the public, there is a draft of the org charts for next year that show the direct reports to me, that show the funding sources for those direct reports as well. And so because I have both the Chief System Service Officer here, Preston Thomas, and the Chief Academic Officer, a lot of the feedback from a lot of the redesign engagements we had pointed to the need for both clarity and improvement of central office services. Specifically around clarity on the teaching and learning side was around getting clear on what are some of those foundational practices to improve teaching and learning. And so I'll have first Dr. Aguilera come and speak about our instructional focus, just speaking a little bit about who helped to inform the plan and what we're seeing as our instructional focus. There was a little bit of that at the LCAP, and then I'll briefly have Preston Thomas come up and talk a little bit about the vision for the work going forward, and then allow the board with the amount of brain power left to ask any questions. The presentation is there for review as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. The instructional focus is a 3-year plan that is intended to be specific around best practices, so that way our teachers, our leaders, and our district know the path forward to improving instruction. We have identified 4 main areas: building conditions for student learning, providing equitable access to standards-based instruction, developing language and literacy across the curriculum, and cultivating conditions for adult professional learning. So in these specific areas, there are practices that when we go and visit schools and professional learning, we would expect that teachers are working on these specific practices. And there are about 3 for each area, so that way it does not feel overwhelming in the course of a year to work on these items. The same goes for leadership practices. A lot of times people think of, in terms of leadership practices, it's the principal's responsibility. But we have stated that distributed leadership is the best way to make improvements at a school site. So it does name what the leadership team and different bodies on the campus can be doing to improve instruction. And then for district organizational practices, it names specifically how the district will support in these services. So there's alignment in these 4 main areas across what we want to be true for teaching, our leaders, and our district as an organization. We've talked a few times about specific goals and measures to rate the effectiveness of our investments. And we have 6 main goals that we're asking for schools to focus on. We've had a lot of time to talk about our LCAP has over 40 different measures. And we do want to highlight there were 78 2 years ago. We went to 40 this past year to really focus in. And then even on top of that, we've said to school sites, these are the 6 main goals that we are tracking throughout the year. I'll name a couple because there have been some questions. So for students building relationships and they feel connected to learning, we're tracking chronic absenteeism, and that is tracked every week. So schools get a full report on how they're doing in chronic absenteeism every week. And then for suspensions, the same. Our research and assessment department is tracking that information for us, and so a weekly report is sent out to school sites so they know their chronic absenteeism rate and their suspension rate. For each of these goal areas, we have specific measures. The last one that I want to highlight is all students learn to read in the early grades. So we will be reporting out on kindergarten, first and second grade to demonstrate how we're improving the literacy rate. So this will be more of a focus in on the early years coming up this next year, so that way as schools go into the upper grades, they are at benchmark level, so that way they are already reading. For each of our areas, there's math and science and English language development. There are specific measures that we'll be tracking along the way, and we'll be happy to come back and report out for a benchmark, so that way it's not what we call sometimes autopsy data. At the end of the year, you see how we've resulted. Internally, we are tracking this information with our school sites. They are also tracking this information through what's called an inquiry and planning tool. So every 6 weeks, they are looking at their data points, big picture, along with their weekly engagement reports. There's also specific graduate measures that we are tracking, and in your instructional plan, it's all listed there. I won't take you through each one, but we just want to highlight how we are working towards coherence and alignment, so that way our schools are supported and they know in which direction we're going. Many of the measures are based on the California dashboard. If there are any other questions, we can always talk offline about the instructional plan. Thank you.
Dr. Aguilera, could you just speak briefly about the engagement process to actually get to
Yes,
the document?
sorry, I apologize for that. So there is now newly formed a district leadership team. It's comprised of teachers, principals, and central office. And the meeting started in the springtime to refine the plan that we had this past year, which is very similar to this instructional plan. The teachers told us that please keep standards-based instruction at the forefront. And we actually had conditions for adult and student learning as one of the areas, and they encouraged us to separate that out, because what we're going after for student conditions is different than what we need to work on in terms of adult working conditions and professional learning conditions. So we did take that advisement, and we separated the areas out and then engaged them to come up with the specific practices that we should be supporting. So we developed, they then looked at it again. We had the Standards and Equity Institute where we shared it with more teachers, and about 400 teachers participated in the last 2 weeks, or the first 2 weeks of June, in this professional learning, collected more feedback. The district leadership team met again after that, those sessions, and refined further. So we'll be producing another draft with the refinements that we received back from our teachers. So that's been the cycle that we've taken to develop this 3-year plan.
Thank you. And lastly, one final question. Can you give an example of what some of the central service support might look like in alignment with the instructional focus?
So for I think two key areas are important to discuss. So the multi-tiered systems of support, district coaches are focused in on that's called MTSS, so the MTSS plans at every school site. So in addition to our district having a plan, we want for every school site to name specifically how they would have their plans. And this plan is developed and monitored by community schools, student services staff that is assigned to the network. So this is listed as an organizational practice on this on our document, so that way there's mutual accountability of the school will have an MTSS plan and the school district will be supporting them to refine and implement those items. One other key area I think that we can also name is the language and literacy support. So we've talked about this, and this is interesting just in the autonomies conversation, that we tier our schools to provide support because one person cannot support 17 schools in the way that some of them need support in their professional learning. So for language and literacy, specific on-site coaches assigned to help a group of schools make the improvements. They first establish the baseline for all of the schools, and then they focus in on a smaller group of schools to really see the impact. So those types of services are named here in the district organizational practices, and we'll be able to report out on the effectiveness and the success rate for individual departments because of this description that we're providing.
Thank you. Now I'll have Preston Thomas just come forward briefly and just talk about some of the work around continuous improvement for central offices.
Good evening. I know it's late. I'm going to go quick. I wanted to actually also highlight one of the things in the last document from the Chief Academic Officer is that there's a graduate profile in there.
I just want to note that in the past, when there's been a graduate profile, that's something that's come to the board for adoption. Yep. So I hope that's on your work plan for next year.
It is.
Thank you.
It is. And one of the things that I'm really excited about in this new role is some of the things that we have done with schools to help them get to the place where they're looking at instruction. We're going to lead out across the departments. And you can see here that, like, with deep root cause analysis, using data to drive decisions, and aligning the budget development process to the GFOA practices that the board passed, and board policy 3150, and also, like, really heard it earlier talking about the academic return on investment. And the key thing is improving school-facing services. And one of the things I wanted to share with you all tonight is I've been working deeply with kind of our fiscal team and in our business operations. And for a long time, you can imagine that the morale is rather low amongst the team. And I got to work very closely with the procurement team and the accounts payable team for the last couple of weeks. And they never actually had really worked that closely together. And Vanessa Brooks and Michael Moore had an idea for breaking down some of the silos that existed between the two teams, and they formed teams that are of the accounts payable and procurement team. 2 weeks ago, they were processing only about $2 million worth of accounts payable receipts that came through. They started working in teams, and today I had the privilege of sitting down with them, and we had a meeting to kind of review their progress. They increased their rate of processing by 10 times, where they processed almost $22 million and cleared over 1,000 different requisitions. And one of the things, as we left that meeting, there was a deep level of appreciation for each other, and they started lifting each other up in a way that, like, you could feel the momentum starting to move amongst those teams. And one of the things that I see as my role in kind of this new position is trying to really connect and build good management practices within all of our departments with some of these home run projects around procurement, around contracts, around the services, some of the services facing schools like custodial. I know Roland Broach is really excited about bringing a service model to it. So, like, there's going to be a lot of things that will be moving forward, and I just kind of wanted to share that win from today because I know there's been a lot of bad news, but there's a group of really amazing people, and I just told them that as I was making a presentation tonight that I would lift up the work that Vanessa Brooks and Michael Moore have been doing on their team, because sometimes we don't lift up the amazing work that's happening in our district.
If there's any energy left, any questions that you all have, and again, there's further information in the presentation for you.
Director Yee.
Thank you. This is actually very inspiring, and I wanted to tie in the report by Dr. Aguilera and Mr. Preston
with the new org chart. And I just wanted to see if we could conceptualize, since team is very important to our superintendent, and you both are talking about developing teams, there's actually work that's clearly identified in the instructional plan and in this plan. And if instead of only assuming or only seeing the Mr. Preston and Ms. Aguilera, if we could actually see on the org chart who's actually holding each of those elements of the instructional plan and of your systems plan. And then, in the future, Ms. Brooks and Mr. Moore could come up and talk about that 20%. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you're sharing with us, but just the fact that we get a chance to see more of the team around these elements, because I think that we'll be organizing these two proposals as part of the superintendent's work plan and our own work plan. So the beauty of having the org chart is that we now begin to see who are the people in the org chart that are going to be leading the particular, who's the first baseman, who's the shortstop, who's the catcher, who's the pinch hitter, and so forth. I mean, just that image of seeing all the people in our organization getting a chance, at least once a year, if not more, to get up and talk about the good work they're doing. So is that possible for us to begin to think about using the org chart in that way?
Absolutely. It can be a way that we can integrate it in the SOUP reports. So, because it still is, able to talk about the work. So absolutely.
Director Gonzalez.
No questions, just appreciation. This is one of our challenges, right, is that people do their work in silos. I'm really grateful that folks are starting to work together, and I think it is going to actually lead to a lot of service improvement, but also saving money.
Other comments? Director Harris.
I'm thinking, what can I say bad? Because I'm in a bad mood. But no, I'm just kidding. No, this is, I'm actually glad this was last. And appreciate the anecdote you shared. That's really, and just lifting up, thank you for doing this work, Superintendent, the central office redesign. This is the right work in figuring out how all of these folks at Central are working in service of children, right? So hearing that the number of contracts processed may sound like, well, they were able to do more contract processing, but ultimately that level of efficiency will lead to better outcomes for students. And, the underlying wellness and just really, I'm starting to have some deeper appreciation for your role, and just kind of just hearing the story, that you were able to really hear the challenges that they were facing and then kind of put them in a different scenario and see how that felt. Now we want to start to think about, they were able to, do all that processing. Was it accurate, right? So can we do it accurately? And Michael Moore, I have no doubt that it's accurate. But just appreciate the work in doing the redesign and the focus. I don't know if folks saw it, but we talked about it some, the dotted line, anything that encourages cross-pollination, understanding across systems is very helpful. This is the direction the district needs to go. So thank you to the superintendent and team.
Director Hinton-Hodge. Director.
I just wanted to say, could we have Dr. Aguilera come up and stand next to Mr. Thomas? Because that feels more complete.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably the one now in the bad mood. So I appreciate you, but I just want to actually lift up Dr. Rochelle Rogers-Ard, who before you got into your position was doing deep work around organizational effectiveness. She was doing the work with classified. She was putting people in conversation. She was doing implicit bias type of work, and she's no longer here. The department is gone. So I have been critical of how do you do change work inside this organization and you don't have anyone doing that piece. I tried to lean in and think that it was the Office of Equity, because I thought you could push equity standards across the district, whether you were doing payroll or whether you were cleaning this room, auditorium, right? that those were supposed to go through there. So I'm excited about the work, but it's too early for me. And again, sitting in this space around, you have classified people that walked across this room tonight who are not very happy, who we have to really bust our butts to figure out how to make sure that they are adequately paid. They're the people that look like me. They're the people that are working poor inside this school district, and they're the people that often are, it's almost patronizing to go like, oh, now they work really well together, or now they're worthy. They've always been worthy, and at times they were not seen by the academic side of the house as serving students. And I've seen them be in spaces where, in the elevator and other type of places where they're working just as hard as you are, and at the same time we have kids that are not reading and they're not proficient. So for me, as I sit here and we tear each other down, you know, that it's fine for the 5 people out in the audience to do that, but for us, it's something different. And I just want us to be very real about the growth and the work that we have to do. And yes, there's a grand jury report that's going to say certain things, but it is really important for us to do it. And I just feel like there's got to be a level of humility that as we move forward. Like if we're about to go into a new school year, we got a new org chart, you know, we're losing a lot of people at the same time. So working across teams, that's great. Vanessa is amazing. She's been doing this work for a really long time. Michael Moore's been doing this work for a really long time. So let's be mindful of, like, they're not doing something new because we've changed the org chart, right? We may be being in a space where we have to actually, like, uncover and acknowledge the greatness that's there. So thanks for the work.
Thank you.
Good luck in the future.
Anybody else? I'll just say I'm very excited about the third arrow, aligning budget development process to GFOA and Board Policy 3150. I'm really very energized about I'm talking about the aligning budget development, GFOA and 3150, and also aligning the budget to student outcomes. As I was saying before, during the budget and LCAP, hopefully we can get some of that work started right away so that we could use that as part of budget development next fall and next spring as we look at what we might need to do for 2020 to 21 to meet our obligations. So,
President Ink, you mentioned one of the home run projects. Can you say what the other ones were?
We're still, like, meeting with the different departments to figure out what they are. Definitely one is going to be improved escape implementation in the second year. So there's a series of home run projects. And quite honestly, like, one of the points, like, the idea actually has been like, one of them is, like, increasing, like, the speed by which we're doing field trip and getting it online. But a lot of these ideas have been sitting in our organization for a long time, and the leaders wanted to lift them up and move forward and just hadn't had the ability or the permission to move forward. And so some of this is just getting out of the way and allowing them to do the really powerful work that they've been wanting to do and that one's been sitting on the back burner for 3 years. So we'll see what emerges, but definitely we'll come back to the board and share with you what those home run projects are at the beginning of next year.
thank you so much. Is that no, I think, thank you very much. So Superintendent Dr. Schmel also uploaded, there's the superintendent's work plan, instructional focus plan, and org chart that are attached documents in addition to the presentation. These are all in draft form. We will be revisiting them at the upcoming retreat, tentatively Saturday, August 3rd when we return, and then it'll come back to a subsequent board agenda for approval. We need to take public comment on these 2 items before we move on. Public comment.
I guess that means me, since I'm literally the only person here. You know, it was interesting listening to everyone pat themselves on the back for this year and call it a difficult year. This is the worst year we've ever had in OUSD. And part of the reason is kind of what's going on right now. People are packing up, checking out their phones, don't really care what the community has to say. You know, I really feel like people have their heads in the sand. You know, we just found out that half of our 6 traditional high schools are going through a change in principal. So all these plans about through the principal and working on improving things and redesign is great, but half of our high schools don't even have principals. We've lost district throughout the staff. There is an exodus out of OUSD this year like we have not seen before, because you are driving people out of our district. We've lost senior staff this year. We lost our finance department leads who were here for less than a year. We have mass chaos in every department, but there seems to be no concern from the board. Today, you approved a budget that's going to cut $3 million from our school sites next year. Not one mention of it. You approved that months ago. Along with all these great declarations about SEIU, well, you voted to cut their jobs, over 90 of them, 2 months ago. You didn't even have the decency to put that in these reports. Every school you went to this year to try to unveil your plans, you heard back from the community that we don't like your plans and we don't trust you. We started off this year with Assembly Bill 1840. We stopped that. There's no talk of it now. So I've given up hope that any of you would ever want to partner with the community, but I hope some of you actually reflect and try to think about the last time community members ever came to these meetings defending any of your decisions. It's pretty clear where the community stands. It's not with you, and it's because you refuse to stand with us.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the pupil discipline consent report?
So move.
Moved
Second.
by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please, on that item? Is there public comment on this item?
There are none.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw,
Okay,
can we
on the
have a roll
motion to
call?
adopt the pupil discipline consent report, Director Hinton Hodge. Director Harris? Yes. Director Yee? Yes. Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres? Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there any board members' reports? Director Hinton Hodge.
So thank you to my colleagues for a year of great work and pushing up against one another. And I mean, it was acknowledged that you saw tonight where we are having leadership change at McClymonds. And so just want to appreciate the superintendent, I think, for making some, some hard decisions and helping us think through what fits. We have a lot of cultural change work climate and cultural change work we have to do at McClymonds. I shared with you during the retreat my real disappointment in how African American females are treated on the campus, and even women, so that are not in leadership. And so I'm really hoping and that one of the leadership changes that happens is there's an African American female that is on that campus and is supporting students and supporting young women and supporting young men. Because as you heard, you heard these stories around who our young folks are, and they really do depend on caring adults to be in those spaces for them so that they can learn and excel. So I know over the summer that's going to happen, and I'm definitely staying on top of it. And then just to extend that, there is also the work that I'm hoping becomes model work of Envision on our Lowell campus and West Oakland Middle School, and maybe some playing with Ken and Scott around Code Academy. So again, I think this is a summer where people are going to be thinking about how they walk into the new year and do some really solid work within West Oakland. So, of course, if anyone does listen to this, just great appreciations to all the principals. And I know Westlake, too, is getting ready to go through a big transition of bringing Met West expansion onto that campus. So just, again, appreciation to all the educators and all to the young people who just showed up and learned and showed out, and to families who pushed us and supported us in this process and supported their students. So God bless y'all. Have a great summer.
Any other board reports, Director Yee?
I just have two. One, I wanted to appreciate or acknowledge Gilbert Pete, our school work-based learning coordinator, for his award from the chamber today. And before she leaves, I just wanted to acknowledge the night custodian here, who every board meeting always cleans up for not only us, but for the whole community. And Superintendent, would you please convey to her our appreciation for the quiet and steady work that she does on all of our behalves?
One more appreciation. Talk to your police officers, can they help and support us? So, I mean, you're a specialized force. It's hard in America right now, but I think it's just really, I'm appreciating you because I know you do the hard work inside of and at our school sites and support teachers and support principals, and it's not always easy, and it's not, I mean, we're in a space where, you know, this conversation about good cops and bad cops and all those things like that, you know, that's who you are, and we can't do this. I don't think that we could have some of the safety issues and some of the supports and my neighborhood, right? My neighborhood needs to have spaces where young people can feel like they are actually protected, that they are actually protected. So I'm very much appreciative of you, and I don't know if we do enough to actually acknowledge and see you. So thank you for the work. Be safe, be safe, be safe.
Thank you, and point of, we wanted to thank you for taking such good care of us, and this is Jean, and we know we make it hard, but thank you for serving our community.
And I'm going to thank our board staff that's behind us, and you got your gifts, so you have the ability to get awake tomorrow morning.
Thank you. All right. Yes, thank you to all of our hardworking staff who help support our meetings so diligently every year. So is there any introduction of new legislative matter? Seeing none, this final regular board meeting of the 18-19 year is now adjourned.